and pilots basically fucking show up and then like fucking like shoot up a T-Rex with like with like a fucking plasma cannon.
Please. No, you have to get out of here. It's not safe. Fucking civilians. Wrecker, I need your knife. Before staff sergeant. Gotta cut the leg.
Is that a Windows computer noise?
Get over there, Wrecker. I
Yeah.
got this. Go.
That is from my PC,
Stuck in a
yes.
trap with two of its own legs to survive. Come on. The bone's power.
I actually have nostalgia for the older Windows computers, mainly because my grandparents used my grandpa used to have a Windows 95, and the first computer my parents ever had was a Windows 98.
He's not dead. He's just passed out.
Stop.
You should know that.
Oh yeah.
It was like a 3-hour course.
You know what's interesting was that even back then, like with Windows 98, Microsoft even started marketing it as a gaming machine also.
Chopper's coming back around. Let's go.
Hat off. Has some good stuff on it.
Come on, in. You're gonna be okay, Dunn. You're gonna be okay. We're gonna get you out. You're gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, Ray. It's the boss, man. Your damn life's gonna be okay.
But Jordan, just want you know, without getting like starting too much drama, if you ever need to talk to us about something, be it in public or private, we're here for you.
Alright, I'm glad to know that. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, what is it for you, homie? We got you.
Where's the chopper?
Yeah.
Don't know.
We keep you, Vanian in mind, and also I do. I do. I don't want to forget you because you're just so much fucking fun.
You'll be fine.
Hey,
Get you home.
Zap, I just want to say this. Did I show you my Sonic? Did I show you my Sonic OCs?
No, I didn't. Well, also speaking of, fuck, I kind of giving me a little bit of a boner to Surge. It's a tiny boner, but like, she's...
Hold on, I need to check. I could have sworn I sent it to you.
I don't think so.
Alright, give me one moment.
Where'd it go? You don't see it? Didn't see where the heck it
Still
went.
need to watch that animation that the first animation
There,
that
I
you
see it. Get ready.
Oh, you mean the one I sent you last night? I can ping it I can bookmark it for you if you want.
Step on
Yeah,
it,
that's
damn
what
it.
it is. It's not weird. I'll just look at it.
Also, here. Hold on. Yeah.
Oh, fuck no.
My Sonic OCs.
Burn those
Oh,
motherfuckers.
okay. Oh.
And yes, I do have some NSFW variants of them.
Alright. Okay, I'm a fan of this. Who is this purple chick?
That's Gina. She's Marcus's gamer GF.
Huh. Gamer GF. A breed unknown by man.
Chinese military coup. The Russians would be loyal to Admiral Jack. That confirms the report from our asset in China.
Gamer
Sergeant Dunn
GF.
was killed for something.
Different.
There's rioting in the streets of Shanghai, Captain, and the Russians are getting involved.
She's pretty much my version of Amy. I mean, heck, her last name is actually the Italian version of Poppy Flower.
You have your
see.
orders, Captain. Aye, aye.
That is very tall.
Towards the east coast of China.
I actually do have a model of Vic Marcus also.
Stop. Wait a minute. I don't know if I'm too big of a fan of Marcus.
They're pissed off about the
He's just he's just how I see he's just basically how I imagine I'd look as a Sonic character.
Government for transparency, fairness.
Wait a minute. I thought you were talking about that one Mario and Luigi thing.
Oh no, that was just a more niche thing. It's just a similar name. Besides my Mario fan character is a different name also. But they both start with M though.
I see.
Yeah.
Your job is to pull VIPs out of the GU tower safe and sound.
Yeah, I can be in some niche stuff, so I'll just say this. I'm sorry if I've weirded you out in the past. I have niche tastes sometimes.
Absolutely necessary.
Oh, no, it's fine. You're all good.
Your weapons. Record. Staff Sergeant Dunfeld, you was
Seems like you're focusing pretty hard on something, Jordan. What's
Oh,
up?
his loss.
I'm playing the Battlefield 4 campaign because, the internet was bad, but I guess it's better. So
Hey, maybe you can practice. Hey, maybe one thing you could do is try speed running it.
I don't know what I'm doing in it right now. I guess our freaking squad leader's dead, so now I'm in
Nothing
control.
happens to the car.
And now we're going to
Well-
Shanghai.
You're gonna be all right.
Well, I do know some of those. I do know
Call
sometimes
Don's
the
wife?
campaigns
Got
in
no rounds yet, Pac. What am I supposed to say?
sometimes the campaigns and
Sound like
shooters
you
like
got a
that kind of
piece of
double
this.
as
I'm not gonna
practice
lie about it.
modes.
Irish.
Yeah,
Sorry, miss.
I guess
Well, this shit is
global
all fucked up.
conflict is brewing right
Cops
now.
all jittery. You're just gonna
Which
drive
is
through the
what?
shitstorm and pick up the prize.
I don't know.
But-
China wants to go to war
Right,
with the
Wrecker?
U.S. if it turns out that they assassinated someone and Russia's getting involved.
Mobilize infantry on the scene.
Hold on, is this IRL right now, or is this just...
No.
It's the
No, it
game.
means the
This
game.
motherfucker's
Oh my
eyeball.
god, it's the game.
It's Battlefield 4. I mean,
That sounds believable. Like, that sounds like it's actually happening right now.
Building.
That's supposed to be the point of like the modern COD Battlefield games, is that their plots are meant to be based off plausible stuff.
honestly, these
And now-
Chinese soldiers look pretty cool.
Why?
They have these like flight helmets on. You know, there's people rioting in the streets right now.
3 with Kovic?
I'm surprised. One thing that always just annoys me, kind of about like sometimes these modern games, is I'm surprised nukes aren't being deployed sooner.
Yeah.
Shit was stuff.
Uh,
We gotta leave the van, guys. Continue
Let's
on
be,
foot.
because let's be honest, in a real conflict like that, the nukes would probably start flying quickly in one of those things before
Well,
we'd have.
here's the thing. Nobody wants to actually use nukes. They just want to use it as like a threat, you know?
Yeah, I guess so, but it depends. It really depends on like how desperate things get. I don't know. Like I said, I overthink stuff.
Yeah, this game was made in 2014. No, 2013, I think. So.
Yeah. Let's just gonna say what
Gentlemen,
the world has run out. The world is running out of pussy. Russia declares war on New Zealand.
That's interesting.
Battlefield 12. Every bullet is DLC. You have to pay $1 each for it.
Oh my god, you're so cruel, EA. How could you do this? What will their PR team think?
I think I remember this when I was a kid. Oh,
shit, what the heck? We've said nothing about Chinese Spec Ops.
Oh, wait, these are Spec Ops? Chinese Spec Ops, okay. Oh, we gotta go down here.
Actually, reading a lot of the Chinese military stuff is just like reverse engineered Russian stuff. Actually,
Really?
Yeah.
most of it, some of it's their own stuff, and like when they do make their own stuff, they either take a lot of influence from Russian designs or stuff like that. Also, Chinese soldiers the Chinese military has actually stopped using the AK. They've started using their own domestic rifle, which is completely different.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think like this was sometime like it was like sometime like in the 2010s, like definitely after 2013, but they now use I think China now uses bullpup rifles basically, which are domestically made. And a bullpup rifle is basically those things where you put the magazine behind the trigger instead of in front of it. You know, like some of those HKs.
Huh.
Press the
Oh,
elevator.
I know about that. Yeah, I remember that.
Ready up.
Mm-hmm.
Give me this UMP 45. Okay.
Fuck is this, cocktail guns? Get us to the hotel.
Yeah, I don't see it. VIPs are on the top floor, so Sky Bar, Sky Bridge, that sounds about right.
Sky Bar was on the fucking roof.
You really need to call Dunn's wife.
Hmm.
No. It's just... Close the fucking door!
Oh wow, the Chinese actually straight up made a copy of the M16, but it's only for police usage.
Really?
Shit.
Shit.
Yeah.
Just invaded fucking China.
We ain't using that right out.
Any alternatives?
No.
Oh yeah, this is the new Chinese standard issue.
Let's get these
Hold on, I'm just posted fan distro play news. So this is the new
What are they expecting?
standard issue Chinese rifle. It's called the Type 95.
Hmm.
It's meant to be more compact and fire a different type of fire a more bullet with more penetration.
Well, when I kill these Chinese soldiers, I'll tell you what weapons to drop. I
Alright.
accidentally killed one, so I think I already broke the rules of engagement. Oh,
Contact the stairs.
oh god. Okay, come here. I just gotta knife you. Can you please stop looking this way? Wait, no, these are Russians. I think. Are they? Let's see.
Not Chinese at all.
No, these are Chinese. They're Chinese. 'Cause
Yeah,
they
if they've got a
blue
red
armor.
star on them, they're probably if they've got a red or yellow star on them, they're probably Chinese.
Well, actually, here, let me frickin' share my screen so you guys know what I'm fucking doing.
Sure. That'd be something fun to watch.
I'll ask. Just gonna.
Dang, this game seems kind of old. It's got a old layout.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
good layout, I should say.
Yeah, that's it's a Type 95 there. Yeah, well, like that one thing I saw.
God damn it!
He's pulling his cock out. Open fire! The Chinese are deploying their fanboy troops. What do we do? Shoot at their
Why did you kill
pussies!
this guy?
He knew too much. He knows about Obama's plan to make a space laser that makes everyone femboys.
No way. Yeah, because Obama is just controlling Biden. Oh, what is what the fuck is this bullshit, man?
I think a bullet might have grazed you since you were at critical health there.
Yeah, I know. I was being a little too aggressive.
What are you expecting?
I'm just curious, is there like a realistic difficulty setting for these games where it's like one hit kills you?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that'd be... Yeah, they've got Type 95s. I can tell by those. Yeah, that's yeah, those are Type 95.
It's called this right here. I don't know. It might be a copyright thing though.
Yeah, it's normally that. It's like they can. It's like legally they can use the design of the gun, but they can't use the name.
Yeah, I frickin'. Well, sometimes they have to make small changes to design too, I guess. Oh,
Like common fight games too.
Oh, I got him.
Contact, right!
Thank you. Oh, I got multiple kills. Nice.
Good job.
I like how I don't have to aim down sights all the time here. Oh, I should put that up there.
What, guys? Game is going.
Oh, nice.
Is that all of them? Yeah, I think so.
What's
Come on.
in here?
This really reminds. Just the building that you're playing in reminds me of some of the levels of Doom Eternal.
Oh, yeah, because there are
Final
segments.
boss area. Gives me that vibe.
This is the second mission in the game.
Oh god, you gotta do a couple missions.
No! It's the freaking transport over here.
Good.
Can I shoot them out of it? Like in Halo?
I think you can, although I think you got to be precise though.
Oh.
I don't think you're able to shoot them.
Oh, claymores. Oh. Where the fuck
Yeah,
do
those are like horizontal. They're basically horizontal foot mines, basically.
Yeah. Wait, where? Oh! Sorry.
And you'll want to get into defensive cover. You'll want to try and do smooth, short, controlled bursts.
Alright. Well, at least the claymore is working. Hey, I got a FAMAS.
Yes.
Oh shit, I'm using the minigun on the frickin'... I forget the name of that type of shotgun thing.
I think you want to try and shoot at the rotors, maybe. Either that or take cover. I haven't really played this.
Yeah.
Depends on what your realism settings are, because if then maybe you can like pop off, maybe try and shoot the pilot, then I think you'll be good.
It's kind of like a COD, where it's kind of like a shooting gallery, I guess. Where the AI is a little, like, they're all human AI. It's not like Halo, where you actually have different AI. What are you doing, man? How does it take you this long to fucking lockpick? Where the hell did the heli go? It says it's up there, but...
It might be circling back.
That's it, we're clear!
Oh, okay. So he conveniently finishes as soon as we kill all the people. Get out of the way!
You need to stick his dick in the wall.
Yeah.
We have to steal this guy's. We have to steal this guy's hard drive, which has 50 terabytes of VOR on it.
Wow, this fucking door leads to nowhere.
We slept for a bit there.
The door goes nowhere.
Floor 41. Ready?
Okay, where do we go, guys? Come on, tell me.
This is our floor. All clear.
I sense a setup.
Possibly. You don't know.
Well, how will they do this? I'm just gonna place a claymore on the door. We'll see what happens. Well, looks like we don't have to worry about that.
My God.
Our VIPs?
38. Oh no. That's our room.
Jesus Christ.
Holy cow. Nobody's alive in there.
I think somebody tried to light a vape up in there.
It's time to shoot your way through a search party making their way up the building.
What do you think I moved rooms?
If you could move, Kumi, what the hell you need us for?
Crossing the hall's a bit easier than crossing the street. Get in here.
No, this guy's blind.
Come on, Rick. Where's the van?
Man, you can't take the street. Chinese military is swarming.
Oh, that's just fucking great.
Who are these VIPs?
They're very important people. Significant woman and her husband. We're getting them out in one piece. That's all you need to know.
I'm Hannah. This is my husband. Thank you for coming.
Excuse me, sir. Pardon me, ma'am. Do you speak English? Are you all right? Are you mobile?
老公，你别说话，你别动，你需要好好地休息。My husband is injured. He needs rest.
Negative, no time for rest.
Oh, this bitch looks bad.
Now.
And we go up.
What?
Looks
You
like
can take it, I can fly it. Like it or not, that's the plan. Unless you got an option, Sergeant.
What, are we stealing choppers now?
Are you done? My husband needs treatment.
All this violence.
you quiet, female.
What does it lead to, Sergeant?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Thank you for coming, Sergeant. I'm so grateful you are here.
Let's go. Now. Move. Move!
Please tell me the way.
Agent, or is that some other guy?
Let's go, Wrecker.
Yeah.
More. Oh my God, Kevin Spacey's leading us into a trap so he can have Jeffrey Epstein kill us.
Yeah, exactly. He's the main villain of Advanced Warfare. Kevin Spacey is. So
Clear the way. Sir,
Yeah.
in future years, I guess that's what happens.
He and his shadow broker Jeffrey Epstein trying. Yeah.
You're gonna need some gas when the Incredible Gassy comes. Oh, okay. All right, you guys stay back there. You're all bad at this. Let the pros handle here.
Let the pros do it. Let the pros do it.
Incredible. You can just
They'll be super gassy.
the win. Now, what do you think of that idea where it's like he just throws sarin gas at you?
Shit! Shit! I threw it too close to me. God damn it!
Hello.
Shit! I'm stealing a damn helicopter. Screw you! Oh, I survived. Okay, nice.
Yeah, you're in healing mode.
Fuck you!
I bet if you had a automatic shotgun right now, you'd be doing pretty good. Although that's more for close quarters.
Well, no, shotguns can hit pretty far if you put them with the right ammo.
Yeah, because I was thinking if you had an automatic shotgun, you'd be doing pretty good.
Here, let's switch then. Let's see what we have. So it says I did unlock a shotgun. Oh, it's pump action though. And it's 12
Yeah,
damage.
most of your stuff that I see here is either American rifles with different names or just Chinese rifles with different names.
I'm guessing AK-12 is just AK-47 or something.
Yeah, it's based off like one of the last. It's basically a Chinese reverse engineered AK.
Wait, really?
Yeah, because the Chinese have actually done that, but it's like one of those things where it's like they changed the name and like changed some spine details, basically.
Huh.
So, oh, okay. I thought I saw the Russians using this in the first mission. I don't know. I guess. Let's see.
I think there's actually a website called the Internet Firearms Database, and it's really good for cataloging firearms in movies and games.
Alright, let's go.
Everybody on board now! Go, move!
Well, I thought I was driving.
Go! Let's go!
No, Dave the racist rapist needs to drive so he can destroy you.
God damn it! How did they even aim up here, man? Shit!
Don't do that!
Okay, maybe you'll be okay though. Ow! Owie!
They left you.
I don't think we were supposed to extract. Ow! Who did that? Are there snipers?
Only one thing to find out.
I'm charging. Okay, alright. Where do you think you're going? Oh, hold on. Oops. Sorry, let me reload for a sec. There, thank you. What? Shit. Oh, don't tell me you're smart enough to shoot under. Shit.
I know that I from games in 2013 couldn't have been in the house, right?
I don't even know what's going on. I just know we're somehow surviving. A kill streak, it says. Wow. Okay, Wait, are we just... What are we supposed to do? Secure the helicopter? It just left us. Oh. Okay, now what do we do?
Let the VIP escape.
VIPs are inbound in a seized enemy helo. One of them in need of immediate medical attention. We are still in the tower, sir. Looking for an alternate exit. Over.
Understood. Stand by.
You're so messed up.
Tombstone, make your way down to the river. We're working on an exfil plan.
Why can't we just parachute down? I thought this was Fortnite.
We don't have parachutes.
Let's get out of here.
Corvette. Who the fuck? What did he do? I wasn't paying attention.
Here, get in and then you have to cut the elevator cables. Remember, no Russian.
Yeah. Oh, I just see the... Oh, I see the Chinese writing on the gun.
Can't take it.
Yeah, it's Bing Chilin.
You fucking kidding me?
What? I love this song. It's a good freaking song.
That guy looks like Gus Fring.
Yeah.
So good. I'll take point.
Come on, Gus Fring, you gotta go stop Walter White from being gay.
Oh shit. No, it's... Okay.
Wait, is this a stealth section, I think?
Well, I think I can shoot... I guess it wasn't, but... Oh, what the f... Shit, hold on, come over here. I gotta give you something. I don't know what I just did.
Well, you killed somebody who's probably a big John Cena fan. And I think the goal is to just dodge the helicopter searchlight.
Yeah. I don't know what the ethics are on using your enemy's weapons. Oh, can I shoot them out? Oh wait, they already...
No, they're breathing, check them out.
Here, have this.
At least you can do it. Yeah. Well, if you can guard while you die.
Yeah.
Let's see if you can get some chow mein or crispy chicken from someone.
Exactly.
Maybe it'll give you more See if you can get some Chinese food. It'll probably give you more stamina.
Yeah. Probably. No.
You know what somebody should do? You know what you should do as a mod is like somebody should replace that intercom in the background with Super Swift Super Idol.
Yeah. What the shit? Guys, run! What are you guys doing? You're charging into that goddamn tank?
Tiananmen Square.
Here, have this Claymore.
Alright, watch
Have this.
I'm trying to get to the river. Take you to the river, don't worry.
Wow, this is so hard. Hold on, let me heal. Thank you. I'm just healing right now. Thank you. There we go.
Well, for the continue.
Oh shit, civilian.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm faster than you guys, so.
Don't gotta worry about crap.
Oh god, I can't aim at them. I'm threatening them. Oh wait, what? Oh, there's dead bodies everywhere. What are you leaning on? What?
Playground is invisible to her, that's why.
This place is out of control.
You're preaching to the choir.
Thank you. Here, please help us. We need your help to get to the river.
Okay, you better not beat Trey. You seem like an honest guy. Yeah, she's kind of hot. Anyways.
Americans. Good. Can use your help.
Oh, she's
Get in
nice.
here.
Sorry, I got distracted. What
Thank
the
you.
frick?
Thank you, Chinese help.
These are hardly bad guys.
This.
你好吗？
你是谁？
女儿，离开窗户旁边 ，Stay away from the window，太危险了。
So, this child has a birth defect where it looks like an adult, and its head. Look at it.
Any anti-tank rockets around?
Here's one.
It's a rare Chinese genetic disease.
People are fighting back.
Exactly.
But Chang's forces are too strong. We are trapped.
Yay, we're helping resistant fighters, you know, like the Americans did with the Cubans. Back when they hated frickin' Castro, they were frickin' funding fucking resistance forces.
Yeah.
How we doing on time? Not good.
BRB guys, I actually need. BRB guys, I actually need to do some stuff, but I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Alright, sure.
Honestly, the soundtrack sounds good, but these Bluetooth headphones make them sound so low quality, so I can't really, Oh! Shiver me timbers. Wait, what sounds are you making, Zap?
That is my mother.
Oh.
My mom is caressing my dog. Giving me a dog like that.
Oh, wait, wrong button.
Are you trying to bomb this thing?
Yeah.
Not gonna work.
Hold on.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to throw bombs on it. Oh god. Shit. Maybe if I throw this here.
Just let me bomb you. It is so
Here, let's see. Oh shit, is it blown up? Oh shit.
Whoa.
Oh! What? How did I blow it up? You kidding me, right? I don't even have C4.
If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be blowing up tanks. Where are you supposed to go?
It says I have to destroy the tanks, so...
Oh damn, so that means it is destroy tank time. Then murder those sons of bitches.
And then maybe if I switch it like that... Oh yeah, it gives me more, okay. Oh. Come over here. Oh, thank God these tank operators are idiots. Hold on, I gotta give you one more. And in Halo, the Spartans can just freaking jump on the back of it and just smash a grenade inside the tank and then blows up. Why did we have to destroy the tanks though? Wait, what?
Murder these things. Kill them now.
I doubt they would have been able to hit us on a boat.
Well, I mean, it's still better safe than sorry.
Well, I guess we have all these civilians.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, great.
That little shit. Okay.
Yeah, this is our Chinese battleship right here. We're going to liberate this country.
Pack, you okay?
Yep, good. Fortress, this is Tombstone 4. We are pulling out a civilian boat over.
This is Fortress. All right, make it fast.
This rusty old tin can is hardly a speed demon. Over.
Oh, great. Oh, it's the frickin' attack helicopter.
Say again. Tombstone, are you taking fire? Give me a sit rep.
Oh, jeez.
Tell me what just happened. What an EMP blast.
This is really cool. Okay, I'm invested.
Yeah, this is actually interesting. This is my first time playing it.
Interesting.
It's dead. Look at these boats. All these people, man, they're ducks. Follow us! Follow us! We'll get you to safety! Irish, what are you doing? Can't just leave me back.
Yeah.
Follow us! We'll get you to the USS Valkyrie! Oh, you mind, Irish? And then I'll right my back.
Yeah!
Follow us! Follow us now! We'll get you to safety! Come on!
We gotta get a safe.
Fortress, this is Tombstone. Come in, over. Fortress, this is Tombstone. Come in.
What the I just fell in the...
You drowned in a cutscene. Wait, did you drown in a cutscene?
No, it seems like I'm fine here.
I'm trying, sir, but there's still a lot of refugees to treat. Do we have
Sure, okay. That's interesting though.
400. You'll get an exact number soon. Is that all?
Yes, sir. What about my request for more hands?
Sorry, Doc. You're gonna have to make do with what you have. When we reach the Titan, they'll be able to help.
Aye. And, sir, I know there are a lot of rumblings about taking on all of these refugees, but for what it's worth, I do think it was a good thing.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
No, there's an Osprey on the carrier.
Sheesh. Okay, I'm guessing this is just the beginning of all the insane stuff that's going to be happening. Russia, China.
I don't know what's even going to happen, to be honest, but I will say, I think Modern Warfare 2's campaign is more like, chaotic.
You were thrashing about.
Yeah, interesting.
I'm talking about the 2009 one, but I haven't played Battlefield 4's campaign. I mean, I played it when I was younger, but...
It's fucking roasting in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Marine.
It's like there's no air anywhere in this ship.
Yeah, there's no air in my room.
By the way, Irish swam by. Didn't dare wake you. I'm telling you, man, you gotta steal sleep while you can.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jeez, it feels so uncomfortable not having anything to top you.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Please tell me all that navigation, sonar, cooling shit's not on us to fix.
This is the big list. At least we have propulsion. God bless diesel.
Why is that?
No spark plugs. Thank God engines
Oh,
were
he's...
running when the EMP hit. They never turned it off.
What, someone lost the keys years ago?
Sorry, I got distracted there. Oh, shit.
Weather and binoculars. 100 years ago, we would kick ass, and we're blind as bats. Fucking Chinese.
You don't know it was the Chinese.
You wanna bet? $100 it was them. We rendezvous with the Titan, I know for sure.
Hey, Station 6! You got
Oh.
anything?
I like your,
pretty close somewhere.
Yeah, you mean the gulls? You're still able to navigate the old
No, oh, for fuck's sakes.
You know, it's good that this is the dialogue. I like this dialogue.
Yeah.
I know.
Alright, the EMP strike gave us all a pile of surprises. Sergeant, so today is far from over.
Oh, I get to direct everything?
Take your guys down to the power generators at L4.
Okay, so we are going to invade RP servers in Garry's Mod instead of fighting the war here. Shut the fuck up. This is my thing now here. Get the fuck out.
Bro, how dare you? How dare you do video game thing?
He's in the freaking way. I like your...
Okay. Freaking if video games were sentient, if video games could like fully sentient and see what you're doing, what do you think the NPCs would be thinking about what they're doing?
Well, all I know, if this was a Valve game, they would have reacted to me doing that.
Hey, Wrecker, go and put a leash on Irish. You clowns brought the whole damn city on board. Turned us into a shelter for people we ought to leave the fuck alone. They're the enemy.
Wow, that's not
Guess the problem will be
nice.
handed over to the Titans soon, though. Guess that lets you off the hook.
Gotta save them, though.
It's just better to be like that. Better to like actually help people instead of having to do like that on
Maybe
your
just down there. Her husband was talking a few minutes ago. The dude's head trauma might be more severe than we thought.
You can't go in there, man.
Are you insane? My husband's in there.
I'm sorry.
Let me in.
Yo, she's wearing
Charge here.
outfits?
Would you please step back, ma'am?
She's on our side. Let her through, Squids.
Okay, there we go.
You need to do a CT scan. He may have intracranial bleeding.
We've got no means. Most of our equipment went down in the EMP blast. Look, the plan is to rendezvous with the USS Titan, and then we can use their facilities. Ma'am, I'm gonna keep close tabs on your husband.
I will stay with him. I have medical training.
With an ass like this, she's gonna sit on his face to give him medical training.
That's a very nice response by that nurse. Fine.
Kiss and make up yet?
Yeah.
I did. Mm-hmm. That was all good. Damn, I'm hungry. I'm gonna make me fucking chicken real quick. Actually, I'm gonna do that right now. I'll be right back.
I sure hope it's not as bad as it looks.
Honestly, guys, I'm surprised. This isn't even that bad.
We'll know for
An
sure.
Osprey.
Damage Control Central requests that any functional personal electronics equipment should be deposited at the DCC.
Irish is a great guy. But he always gets us into these situations. I don't know. Maybe I should say something. It's tough, you know? A unit member should never overstep what the leader decides. That's just bad for unit cohesion. And again, you gotta leave room for conscience, right? What do I know? When it comes down to it, that was your call to make, not Irish's.
Yeah, and I chose the right decisions.
Hey, Irish!
Back!
What's up, kid? Here you go.
Oh, you just keeping that from the frickin' rodent over there?
Hey, count 396 survivors. Mostly women and children. We did a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Hey, come on, man. You're not buying into that they're the enemy bullshit.
No, of course not. But it wasn't your call to make. Dunn put Wrecker in charge.
I mean, come on, Pac. What the fuck is this about? The right thing or fucking protocol, man? You know what? Let's take it upstairs. I answer the garrison there's a problem.
No, you won't answer.
This isn't like Black Ops where I can actually say Black Ops 2.
Under ideal circumstances, this ship would be hard-pressed to accommodate 400 refugees.
If Garrison is pissed, he's pissed. It was the right thing to do.
Your presentation needs work, Irish.
Yeah, but I made the decision here, not you. You guys get out of the way, this is my... No, that's great.
Mother of God. Look.
I'll be damned. It's not good, man.
So many bodies.
Tombstone! Where the fuck is Tombstone? Sergeant Wrecker, bring your men with me.
On your stick, sir.
Come on, Wrecker.
No, let me in first. Off. Wait, are we moving? Or is that moving? Okay, I need these.
Clock's ticking on the Titan. I need eyes on board before she's lost forever to the deep blue. There's a number of variables at play. We don't know who attacked him or if they'll be back. Can't afford any surprises.
Tombstone won't let you down.
Sergeant Recker, Agent Kovic's taking the reins. You obey his orders as if they're my own.
Permission to speak, sir. But Captain Sergeant
I'm
Recker...
not having this discussion, Irish. You'll obey your squad leader. I'll make room for any survivors. Setting the Valkyrie in a defensive posture, one click each tight. Agent Kovic. Most of your squad.
We searched the Titan for intel and survivors. Gear up. Weapons and rebreathers.
Alright, let's see what we got here. So, I guess close quarters. Yeah, okay, that'd be good.
Ready to rip for launch. Move.
Damn squad, Oscar Mike.
Come on, Irish.
Come on, why do I always have to go in the back, assholes? I'm the one who's... You guys all just...
Time is not our friend. Sergeant Recker, take the wheel.
Okay, let me in. Rat-looking ass.
We're all in the dark about what's happening, Marines, but this is your opportunity to help shed some light. Don't fuck it up.
Understand, Agent. Lots of people on the Valkyrie depending on us.
This is much bigger than the Valkyrie, son.
Look at it! It was nearly posted to us.
Any idea how much time we got before she goes under?
Come on.
What exactly are we eyes on for, Agent? The Titan's a big motherfucking ship.
Sit back
The flying
and enjoy the
fish.
ride, Marine. You'll be great when we get there.
You're leading us into the unknown. What's that, George?
Irish, come on. You're here to
Yeah.
do the job, and I'm calling the fucking shots, okay?
Yes, sir. Agent Kovic.
Come again, Marine.
I don't know why they're fighting. That still makes no sense.
There's a reef below the Titan on the edge of the 10,000-foot canyon. She might slide off any minute. I don't see anyone.
Where the fuck
Oh,
is
it's a
the crew?
freaking
thing.
thing.
She's taking in water.
Make it look
I
dumb.
can't believe it.
Easter egg in
Believe it,
this
little
game,
brother.
too.
Someone has killed her.
Kovic, sir, where should we go? How do we get in?
Go around.
Circle her.
Yeah, look for a hull breach or something.
Around there.
Oh, you're back.
Right there.
BGB.
Seen that damage
Yeah.
before. Chinese anti-ship missile. Drive through, Wrecker.
Drive through, why can't we just park it? Okay,
Listen
fine.
up. The Titan was not in range of the Shanghai EMP.
Can we get out of here?
In several hours to record data, Captain.
Good.
Stuff we never saw. That's why we're here.
Jeez.
Better move
So how much do we really need this? Like this Titan thing?
I don't know. I don't know why they want it. I don't know. I'm confused. Let's get the fuck in here. All I know is that if I beat this campaign, I get a weapon in multiplayer, and it's the one I use in GTA 5, the light machine gun that I like, so it's part of the reason I'm doing this. And also P90 if you choose the other end, apparently.
with the voyage recorder.
Not exactly an exit strategy, is it?
Watch your step. We're on C deck and we're heading for the damage.
I'm not watching my step. This is my own mission. You don't. This guy is trying to like take control of my squad, but this is my squad.
Wrecker found it.
Wait, let me help you with that.
Open it up.
We're going down into that.
You could swim, right, Marine? Right?
Oh,
Dive
great.
all the way to mid-deck where we should arrive above sea level. Gear up.
Rebreathers, okay. That's a thing.
Yeah. She kind of needs
You heard what the motherfucker says. Jump in.
Okay, guys, let's go in. Oh, great. Bodies. Do we have to... Okay. Move forward. You know, I'm being pushed away.
It's time to learn how to swim. Come on, Jordan.
Did you think this is easy?
Come on, Jordan. You got this. You're learning how to swim.
What is going on? Why am I moving backwards?
Come on, Jordan. You got this.
Oh, I'll just turn like this. What the fuck? These controls are scuffed.
They do.
What is going on? Why do I move back?
Jeez, I remember a mini game in one of the games I was playing where its karting was just so terrible. Like, I just didn't understand why it was that bad.
So, what the...
Oh, it's Kirby. Yeah, I was playing Kirby and that was happening.
Really?
Yeah, it's terrible.
I just moved back. What the fuck?
Alright, how do you move forward?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it wants me to go back, so maybe... It just keeps pulling me back here. What?
Well, to one place exactly, or did it just try and pull you back?
Oh, fuck this. I'm restarting last checkpoint. Maybe it's just a bug.
I don't think so. You might have to be swimming back the entire time.
Oh, I don't know if... Oh, what? I gotta do this bullshit again? Oh my god. Let me up.
Get in there, Joe. Don't know.
You know, I just hope Hunter Rev can help ghostwrite the Halo Legends video.
You got an exit strategy if this
Especially
thing
with
rolls
the
over.
amount of work I
Slide
have.
off the reef at some point. When that happens, we better be out of here with the voyage recorder.
Exactly. Exit strategy.
Hey, Jordan, I'm curious. Have you ever...
Here's the hatch.
Have you done any other animation, like works in progress with Surge the Tenrec?
Open it up.
Yeah, didn't I show you it?
We're going down into that.
Yeah.
You can swim, right, Marine?
I'm just curious if you have a second.
We dive all the way to
No, I
mid-deck where we should
haven't.
arrive above sea level. Gear up.
I haven't really used her, even though I kind of do like her. It's just I've just been, I don't know.
Yeah.
You heard what the
She's
motherfucker
definitely
says.
a
Jump in.
very good character.
You're not fuck up this time. Please don't do this. Okay, so move forward. Yeah, so it was a glitch.
Oh dang, okay.
I mean, it's fucking slow as shit, but I don't know. What do I know? This might be how it is in real life.
Possibly. Oh, jeez.
What?
There we go. Now it's sucking you in. Now you gotta do the backstrokes. Because you were moving. You were able to move with those backstrokes.
What the fuck?
You can sense that you're probably backstroking right now, right?
I don't know why this. Let me through. Wait, what? Maybe. What? What? What the fuck? This shit's pissing me off.
It's weird.
Yeah, let's try this again.
Wait, Jordan.
What?
Okay, have you done anything with the Mewtwo Commission?
No, I've been at work all day. They freaking. It was so busy today, and I just came home and I was just trying to chill out. Oh, fuck's sakes.
For some really weird reason, I think I've just got a thing for Surge the Tenric.
Really?
I mean, yeah. I do not know where it came from, but like, my god. I think it'd be best to satiate that. So, if you haven't started work on anything with the Mewtwo thing, we could change it to Surge the Tenric.
Yeah, you know what? I'm fucking looking this up. Is this like some fucking bug? What's the fix to this shit? Battlefield 4 campaign in water. Swimming fix.
So what is going on, everyone? It is me, Mr. Mario, and I know Battlefield 4 is quite a few years old at this point. However, I'm now giving the campaign a serious playthrough, and it is fun. However, I'm on mission 3, and I have hit quite a big game-breaking bug. However, I did look online, and I saw that there was somebody. I'm going to leave this link down below in the comments section or the description to give them credit, but there was one person who ended up having this recommendation to get past this one part right here. Now, if you were on this part on mission 3 and you are reading the title, you're probably at the part where you have to swim through the corridor, and you cannot because it essentially feels like there's a bunch of water pushing against you. Well, there is an easy enough fix for this. It sounds silly, and it is, but trust me, it does work on here. What you need to do is, when you get into the water, pause your game and stay at the pause screen for a few seconds, and then press A or press the continue button to resume. So you need to highlight resume and then just continue from there. And then what you want to do is swim ahead. And essentially, every few feet, you can keep doing this.
What?
Oh my god. Every few feet. Jeez, that sounds like fun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What the? Is this bug?
It works.
Okay, so this is like a. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hey!
What the fuck is this shit, man? EA, man.
It's weird, I know, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Honestly, one day I have to frickin' just stream the Halo and COD campaigns here, because those are pretty good. I'm not sure about this, to be honest.
I think I smell good chicken.
Oh yeah, because you're getting chicken. Nice.
Yeah, I'm making chicken. I'm gonna go upstairs and check on it.
So you're making Toy Chica right now?
Kinda.
Yeah. So you killed Toy Chica and you roasted her. There we go. Yeah, fucking EA.
Hey, listen, survivors, we'll be mechanical. We have to move. Water level is rising fast. Everyone good to go?
Go too good.
How's it going, guys?
You're back?
Yeah, I just want to see. How's everything going?
It's been going good.
Sounds like an SOS. Someone could be trapped.
It's true. Go on the other side of that door.
Get in there, quickly.
Down here! Hey, the water's rising. You gotta help us out. This is the only way.
Yeah, just want to see how things are going as well. I'm just kind of busy, kind of organizing my Transformers collection, and now I'm actually going to take a walk now. But I just wanted to see how you guys are doing, make sure you're all doing well.
They're dead already. Let's move.
What?
Fuck, we are.
Yeah.
We're not leaving them.
Sorry, it's just a campaign.
Even if we had a torch.
Oh, no, that's fine. I got it. It's gamer rage.
When we do get them out, they'll be corpses. We need them. That's an order. You heard Garrison. Man, fuck you. Hold on, soldier.
Oh, Jordan, just one thing I want to recommend for you that you should do is get get Sonic Adventure EX and get the mods for it, and it's a pretty fun. It's a great single player game.
Yeah. I got stuck on the treasure hunting levels though.
Who locked you in?
Oh. There's locked too, so. But like I said, I'll be back again. Just want to make sure you guys are doing all right. So.
Doesn't make sense. Go on.
But I'll be right back, and I guess Zap's busy. Is that it?
Yeah. I just got stuck on the...
I got faith in you, Jordan. You're gonna make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this asshole took it from me.
Yeah. Oh, before I go, did you hear they're doing a Titan class Nemesis?
Yeah. Oh.
Cool, they're getting a female Titan.
Yeah. I did not know there was a female one.
Well, they just made it. It's like, they finally gave the Arc and alt mode. Well, they just did that with the Decepticon Nemesis, except the Nemesis turns into a big female Decepticon.
I personally like it better when it's Tripticon instead, to be honest.
Based off the G1 version. Well, this one's based off G1 and not like the and not the aligned continuity.
Well, the aligned continuity is bullshit because they just shoved things all together.
Yeah, did you know Rescue Box is still going, surprisingly?
Okay, so that's still part of the lore?
Supposedly? I don't know, although it's probably upsetting, it's probably kind of depressing for Prime fans that Rescue Box has lasted longer than Prime.
Yeah. And then you have the shitty robots in disguise.
Although Hasbro did say they created the Rescue Bots to kind of introduce younger kids, to get younger kids excited in Transformers.
Wow.
I guess if it's been going for this long, I guess it's been doing its job.
Yeah.
We got contact! Careful!
I just want to say, I kind of wish there were Decepticons and Rescue Bots, but they were like really cheesy villains. But like they kind of revel in like being evil and just like kind of doing stuff. It's like let's go blow up that orphanage full of puppies or shit like that. Like they just like causing trouble just for fun. Though I just think that'd be kind of a fun dynamic to add to like a future Rescue Bot show.
Yeah.
Like just really comedically evil Decepticons.
God damn it. What the fuck? Ah, fucking hell. I
am actually making my own, I like got it some like, I'm actually making my own Combiner Wars Combiner team. Some of it is custom character. It's mostly custom characters, but it's my own pretty cool Defensor redeco, basically.
That is pretty good. It sucks that you can't really use it for, well, it'd be good to have a show for it. It's just,
I've kind of discovered kind of how fun I've kind of made my own kind of Transformers idea with some of the toys I have, basically. Like, I already have my own, like, specific Autobot task force, which is all made up of, like, the Diaclone recolors, and I'm making, I made a combiner team which consists of my custom Artfire, who's basically, Combiner Wars, Inferno, and there's gonna be Rook and Alpha Bravo. And then I'm gonna take that Legends class Groove, but make it into a female Autobot police motorcycle, and then there's a fire chief's car and an ambulance.
Oh, that is really good ideas.
And
I'd like that police motorcycle to arrest me, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, for now, I'm just using the Legends class Groove toy, like, unchanged, but I might, like, make some minor touch-ups on it, because there actually is, well, dude, Jordan, just imagine if you got a hold of some, like, a thick Combiner Wars Victorian model, basically.
I mean, they're apparent. Well, I kind of tried making my own, thick models, I guess, for Transformers. I did it with ours.
Autofots and Autofots and Deceptihors. Although one of my favorite things was the gay tricks of leadership.
Push me off.
Actually, no, there's a sister series to Transformers in Japan called the Brave series, and it actually started out as a way for Takara to reuse all these canceled Transformers designs, but like still use the toys of them and just make a new original story out of them, basically. Yeah, it's got a cult following, but they definitely feel more. Though they do have like characters. In fact, some of the characters that appear later on in the series are actually redecos, but they kind of feel more like Voltron or stuff, or Evangelion, and kind of like those style of giant robot shows, basically, of like giant robots versus giant monsters, basically, and like an overarching villain, and usually like themes of heroism, friendship, courage, and like the good guy always wins, basically. Like, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Plus, one of the characters in one series is actually just Sick Shot, but he's a police ninja now. Yeah. Also, in the first series, it's called Brave X Kaiser. The villains are literally recolors of the Dinobots, except they can also well, there's actually only 4 of them at the start, but then their leader joined in, and their leader kind of is like part dragon, part T-Rex, but it's like the other 4 of them can actually combine in different ways. And they both kind of do have that, and they kind of both have that same MO as like the classic Decepticons, which is basically steal energy so we can use it to do more evil, basically.
That is pretty interesting concept. Oh, come the fuck on. Sorry, I got died.
Hey, I think Transformers Reactivate is single player also.
Really?
I think it will be. Oh, so's Doom Eternal.
This thing fucking invisible. It just went into the freaking water, man.
I need to go get some milk, but I actually will be back. But seriously, I really need to run a short errand. But I'll be back in station. Hey, Zap.
That's Grandpa.
You caught me at a bad time. Oh, no, that's fine. Oh, Zap, Hunter, I think maybe you guys can talk with Jordan. I actually need to go over and hear him, but Zap, you said, Hunter could probably help you with some stuff, though. I mean, Jordan with some stuff, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I actually need to run an errand, but I'll be back, but you guys are all great, and I love you as friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know what's going on. What's happening?
I don't know. I'm confused as you.
Okay.
All I know. What? All I know is.
How are things?
Oh, I guess I'm fine. I had a long day at work today, and I'm just kind of just. Well, at first my internet wasn't doing too well, so I decided to start playing the Battlefield 4 campaign because you get a special weapon if you beat it. So I was kind of interested in that. I don't know how to feel about it.
Okay. Yes, I miss the days when completing the game's campaign actually netted you something interesting. Wasn't just bragging rights.
Yeah, even Halo 4 gave you Master Chief's armor.
What about the people with Garrison? The man and woman? What man and woman? The Chinese.
But nowadays it's like, no, the competitive online is like, fuck you.
We gotta get back to the bridge now.
Yeah, I just. No, it's just frustrating to me because it's always been. Again, I come from an age where it's like, if you did really well in the game, you were rewarded for shit within the game, and it made you feel like, hey, I accomplished something. Nowadays it's like.
Honestly, I'm sad for all the people growing up with like these games that don't reward. Like they defend modern games because they grew up with Fortnite and shit like that, and they just don't understand how good it used to be.
It used to be so amazing until the Fortnite attack.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's kind of, I guess, the comparison I can make is that kind of like with McDonald's and fancy restaurants. Like people before had fancy restaurants, and then the next generation has McDonald's, and they like that, I guess.
Is it the quality though that you have McDonald's or is it not?
Roger that. Becker,
yeah.
Get a stinger and take out that helo.
I think the analogy kind of fails because I think what you mean more is like restaurants used to have staff.
Yeah.
Exactly. So in that case, then yes, restaurants have standards, and basically, it was normal to expect like a level of cleanliness and proper decorum to what's it called? Proper decorum to whatever you have, basically. But nowadays it's like, oh, that's a luxury. It's like, fuck you,
Yeah. Same with gaming. It's just sad, like, how qualities change, and now people are defending things that are arguably worse.
Right. It's because we've reached a point where, in the past, if a game got released, it didn't get patches or anything. Like, we had to deal with the issues, and so game developers had to be on their A game, or else they release a stinker of a game that could possibly destroy everything. So quality control, was a big thing at the time. But then, as the age of like patches and online fix it later things started to happen, that whole quality control's been like thrown out the window. It's like, what does it matter if there's this huge bug in the game that causes the whole thing to crash? It doesn't matter. We'll just patch it out later, and then the fans will give us that slack. And again, I think we've reached a point where nowadays devs are more willing to just say, oh, it'll be patched later and all that type of shit. I think, like, how do I put it? I'm not saying your game has to be perfect on release, far from it. Like, nothing in life is perfect like that. But I am saying that if you do this, if you do release a game, at the very least, it has to be stable and playable and actually worth the money you're asking for people. If it's the right stinker, then I think we should kind of bring back the days of, if if you don't do a good first impression, then no one's ever going to give you the time of day.
Yeah, that is true. If only 343 could learn that lesson. Because no matter how good Halo 5 got, they just, no one cared. It's just like, they just release a game that has 1,000 players at launch, and then even years later when it gets better, no one cares anymore. It's like, I remember seeing the freaking shills being like, oh, the Forge will save the game. Like, it did nothing. Like, if Forge releasing 3 months after, well, a month after Halo 5's launch didn't save it, then like 9 months won't do it any good either.
Exactly, and we've reached a point where people are like, oh, woe is the developer, because historically developers have been treated like absolute garbage by the publishers and everything like that, and that's completely normal. But as you can imagine, when it comes to these sorts of problems, it's moved on from It's moved on from the typical, we should feel some form of sympathy towards the developers to full on, the gamers will forgive us no matter what we do. We can, again, to use an extreme example, I could piss on their cereal and they'd still give me a pass.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's just gotten to a point where I think, I really do think it's not worth, letting these things kind of keep going. I think at this point we should start calling it what it is, and just say like, you guys are just in it for the paycheck, or it's like, I'm not going to pay for a broken piece of garbage or anything like that. In fact, I think at some point I really do think someone needs to issue a lawsuit against a game developer for releasing a bad product.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting. That reminds me of Bethesda with but it reminds me of Fallout 76.
Right. What I was referring more was, there was an incident not too long ago about, what's it called? About something called, oh Christ, what's it called? Bear with me. Aliens Colonial Marines, and what happened with that. Gearbox, the company who was, hired by Sega to make the Aliens Colonial Marines game, they released a press conference in, I think E3 at the time, or something like that, and they had, this smoke and mirrors trailer, the typical, we do this so that way people will be hyped and excited for the game, when in reality it's not actually going to be like that, but you get the point. And so what wound up happening is that, they started lying and saying, oh, all this is in the game, all this you'll be able to do it, yada yada yada. Never happened, never could. And so naturally, two fans got really pissed off about this, and they got a lawyer, and they got everything sorted, and then they flat out sued Gearbox for false advertising. And they won. And I think the amount they won was $1 million or something like that, basically.
Whoa.
And yeah, and essentially since then, every game company that's come before this, they started, when they realized that they could be completely and utterly sued into the dirt for this, they started to change it, and now you see why in a lot of trailers they have this whole, running on game hardware or in-engine graphics or something like that, basically, right? And that's where the what's it called? That's where the oh Christ, I'm trying to think of the right word. That's where this comes from, basically. And again, that's an example of people not just saying, I've had enough of this, and just pushing forward. Which, like I said, I've absolutely, that shows that it's entirely possible. The problem is that nobody wants to do it.
Do you think another video game market, I've seen some indie devs be like, I hope another video game market crash happens like in the 80s because of how bad the industry is right now.
Is he okay?
He's stable.
I can't say if another one could happen or not. It would take a lot for that to occur. And the reason why I don't think another one would occur is because of the simple fact that, what's the word? Too many video games are not only created, but also too many video games are
Hostile waters.
Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here.
We've seen the worst.
The indie scenes and things like that. There's just too many people doing this. Unlike the original Crash that was caused by like,
15 minutes.
what's the word?
Tombstone's yours. Hoorah!
Too many Crash, you know, basically with E.T. and a lot of other things, it wouldn't be enough, you know? It would take a lot to cause another Crash like that to occur. I'm thinking a combination of games becoming too expensive, games becoming too expensive, too few decent games being around. Basically, it would be a large collective of things that could cause that to occur. They wouldn't be just one thing like it was with E.T. back in the 80s.
Understood. Irish is a good guy. I'll keep an eye on
Yeah.
him. Appreciate that.
Yeah, like I said before, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just upset about like, I don't know. Yeah, I just hate the way the modern gaming industry has been, and I hate the shills, and that's another reason I want to make the full video about it. But for now, I have to focus on the Halo Legends video and kind of get that out of the way, because this is the right time to, like, the topic of video game movies is, you know, because the Mario movie came out, so my idea is to name it this title's a little bit clickbait, but I'm gonna name it the best video game movie you've never heard of, or something like that.
One of the best. Call it one of the best.
No, I'm going on. This guy made a video called one of the best DS game you've never heard of, Transformers Decepticons, and it got very popular. Yeah.
So you're basing it off of that to honor the man's memory?
Yeah. Oh, this girl's hot. Anyways. So you said you wanted to. You said you'd like to ghostwrite on the thing.
Yeah. I would like to like take a look at some of the script, improve on some notes, or add in some details if it could work, or some suggestions for like examples you can use, or if you're being kind of like you're contradicting yourself at this point when you said this.
Yeah, I mean it would help a lot since I'm so busy with other stuff. Like,
Sure.
Honestly, I don't know. My thing is this, that I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just so confused. I'm just trying to focus on two things at once. But I don't know. It's just a video I really wanted to make. But there's a lot of work I have to do this week. Yeah.
No, I hear that. Yeah, it's all fine. Actually, I don't think I'll be here for this Saturday. I do have my birthday coming up, and I'm planning on spending it at Universal.
Universal? Right, you told us about that.
Yeah, and just kind of look around, enjoy my time, and actually give myself a day off for once.
I didn't know. I didn't know you were. I didn't know it was your birthday. Happy birthday! Sorry about that. I didn't know.
Thank you. It's not my birthday yet. It's on the 22nd. So it's this Saturday, but no problem. Again, and I don't let people know about it because it's like not to like sound like it, but it's not like other people need to know about it. I've never been big on my birthday. It's just kind of like this is a thing that's happened, you know. Let's see here.
Hunter Rev. You know, our first meeting was so interesting because you can compare it to something so fictional, but like so unique. Okay, basically, what I'm talking about is when we first met you, I was talking about the past dramas, and Jordan said, yes, I know of someone, and we go down, and it feels like I'm going down to a graveyard, and we're going to go unbury somebody. And we get to you, and it's like, oh, hey, who's this person? This person, they were there for it. They saw everything. And now, I have to revive them. And I was... What? Who are you?
This is interesting. It's like, this is the ancient. We will awaken.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I was hyped for Hunter Rev up because he had very good insight into things, and I was wondering, and I was like, oh man, this guy's been gone for a long ass time.
I was never gone, that's the thing. I was always aware what was happening. I just didn't communicate much. Because I rarely speak in the servers I'm in. I just won't. Only rarely do I communicate with others from them. I will spend my time here.
I guess I do have issue asking people to do things, so I can understand that you just didn't, like I don't really, I expect people to come to me, and I don't really talk to other people, so I guess I don't really, think you know what I mean.
Yeah, actually, what's ironic is that I say that my icon is literally Rylanor, so it kind of worked. After all, one of his titles was, quote, the Ancient of Rights. Honestly, I kind of like that. I kind of want to use that now for like a story I'm doing. There's a Safe for Work project, and I feel comfortable sharing it with you two because I trust you.
Yay.
It is the working title is called Fallen Ashes, and basically the idea is this: it is medieval humans versus Japanese elves.
Japanese what?
Elves, like pointed ear freak folk.
Okay.
Yeah. So the idea is to kind of play up on the sensibilities between European medieval chivalry and Japanese Buddhism, Bushido and Buddhism in general. The idea is, this is a world where humanity and elven people coexist, so there's like monsters, fantasy, it's typical fantasy stuff. But on one side of the globe, you have more Japanese-focused kind of Asian culture with the elves, where because they're so spiritual and nature-based, they built their society around like massive trees or structures. They're very like nature is sacred and thus we must not fuck with it, right? Whereas the humans are more industrialists and they kind of push technology forward. But there's a problem. This world is slowly dying. Something is rotting it from within. And the elves think it's the humans because they've disrupted the balance, typical. But the humans say that, no, it's the elves because they're not letting the world progress. But the idea is that it's actually the other way around. It is, in fact, the elves who are at fault here, despite being so nature-focused. One of the practices of, like, Buddhism and Bushido is the idea of avoiding stagnation. There's a lot of water symbology with it, and the idea is that flowing water is viewed as pure because it removes impurities and things like that. Whereas stagnant water is viewed as terrible because that allows things like parasites, insects, things to breed and nasty stuff to appear, like mold and shit. And so naturally, this leads into the fact that the humans are actually on the right path. They burn down ancient trees. Not because they just want to harvest minerals, but because these trees actually need to be cut down and burned so the seeds and things can pollinate and, new life can begin. The main focus is around actually one of the elves, a kid whose destiny is, he's supposed to be something I'm calling a tree guardian, basically kind of like a samurai who defends their ancient, sacred trees, basically. But on the day that he's supposed to receive what I'm calling a destiny pearl, which is basically something that comes from the tree itself, kind of like a fruit, but it's supposed to show their destiny in it. He gets a white one, which means that his destiny is unclear or is so obscure it cannot be seen through it. This is also the day when the human army marches and basically destroys his way of life. Thus, his purpose of being a tree guardian is replaced with being an assassin. Basically, those survivors and people, the typical Japanese, you must honor us kind of thing, states that he has to find and kill the man who led this, the warlord, the king of the humans, right? There's one scene I've worked on where basically there's this neutral town, this is like further into the story. I haven't really worked on a lot beyond that, but this is one scene I do have in mind, where he goes to this bathhouse. It's like a town that has like Japanese design and human architecture. It's kind of like a neutral place, one of the few places everyone can agree no fighting should be done. But he goes there because he finds out that the ruler of these, the human warlord, the king of the Northlands, we'll call it, is there. And this is the only time he's vulnerable because he wears like a full suit of armor that is not only imposing, but seems to make him immune to all kind of pain. Pain specifically, I should say. The kid finds him in like, he can only see his head in the water. And the man specifically says, I know you're there, come, I would see the face of my killer. And so, despite his best interest, the main character does approach him, blade in hand, and says, this ends now, this war will stop, I'll kill you for the good of my people, yada yada yada. And then, this king just says, do you really think that would be great? What would be your song then? Here is the grand champion who slew the villain, naked and helpless. Of course, the kid just thinks, you're not helpless, I know what you are, you torn people apart with your bare hands, get out of the water so we can fight, right? Like, he'll give him a chance. And this is where the big twist comes in. As the king rises, it's revealed he's actually a quadruple amputee. The armor isn't it doesn't make him immune to pain, the armor is his limbs, basically. So when he gets out of the water, like, he's just got stumps and everything, and basically, he stands in quotations, and basically challenges the kid and says, go on, then kill me. Make your legacy known, that you slew the king when he was at his most helpless, pathetic, and weak, essentially. This leads to the kid actually having a conversation with the guy and helping him get into his armor so they can have a proper fight. Of course, the king is just doing this to stall, but he does want to convince him that his plans are just and right. Before anything can really be done, his guards come in because they notice it's been too long, he should have called for someone by now, like, the typical maidens to help him get out. Thus, the kid has to retreat, but the whole thing has kind of changed him. His perspective of things has been altered. So that's kind of like what I wanted to do with the villain. Not someone who you pity, but someone that you realize is like, Jesus Christ, he has no fear for someone who has no fucking legs or hands.
That's insane.
There's also, I have this, like, absolutely repulsive human character. Basically, he's just known as, like, the Northern Executioner. Think like a mountain of a man, like muscular and everything. Basically, he's supposed to be a Viking. But he doesn't use an axe, he actually uses a German execution sword. Are you guys familiar with that?
Jeez.
No.
That's beautiful.
A German execution sword is, it's a long metal slab, it's a sword, like a normal, what's it called? It's like a normal straight-edged sword, but it doesn't have a tip to it. It's a flat surface. And what they would do is they would add weights to it to make the blade heavier. So it was designed specifically to decapitate people. And usually on the blade it would have it written in Latin, "May God have mercy on your soul," as the blade comes down. He uses this thing as his default weapon, which makes it a lot more disturbing because this man is basically using a guillotine to fight and kill people. Like, he's essentially
I like that.
Well, there's a bit more to him as well. Basically, he is, what's it called? Well, he's technically immortal. His heart is punctured by what's referred to as an Everstone. And so long as that object is lodged in his chest, despite it being a constant source of pain to the man, it keeps him alive, it'll keep him going. And so because he's such a big...
Right now, I'm visualizing this right now. Is this person, by any chance, a little bit crazy, a little bit creepy?
No, he's completely sane, he just likes killing.
Completely sane? Okay.
Yeah, he's not insane or anything like that, he's just pure on, my purpose is to be an executioner. And I do my job well. And so, basically, he doesn't wear a lot of armor, he just wears something over the chest specifically where the Everstone is located. So if you want to kill him, you have to get through that slab of metal, basically. But the bit of a twist with him is that he actually has a wife and he actually has a kid. Of course, he's not like how do I put it? He's not like some like doughy, oh, I'm gonna fawn over my kid and wife. It's more like he's very brutish about it. Like, she's the only person in the world who could not only tame the savagery that he has, but actually pacify him. And so, like, oftentimes he'll just call her, like, wife, and just kind of call her over, and they'll have, like, a very kind of simplistic conversation. Like, she admits, it's like, you know, my husband is many things, a brute, a killer, an executioner, a monster, but he is very loyal and loving. He may not show it, but he does care.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the, what's the word? It's kind of this idea where, you know, he doesn't hide what he is, but there's a side of him that is there, but is so, what's it called? So very, very, very below, what's the word? So very, very below the surface that you'd never be able to see it, you know? As is the intent. So that's one of the major things I wanted to play with that. There's a few other characters I'm kind of working on. The story itself, the idea of, like, how does this world work? What is the mythological creatures? How does the main character change from, like, this star-eyed temple guardian to someone who will actually have to do, you know, to beat the king, but depending on how it goes, will he kill him or will he actually forge an alliance that changes how they will see things? I don't know my character, the main character, to be some generic chosen one, hence why I kind of played the idea that everyone's a chosen one in this because of the pearls that please give. But the idea is that he has no predestined destiny. He just has this pearl that can show him possibilities, things that could be his future. But it's always changing. It's not like, okay, if I take a step to the right, suddenly I'll be like a great general, or if I take a step to the left, suddenly I won't exist. It's more of, it shows glimpses, flashes, images of what could be, what should be, and what shall be, basically. But it's never specified, this is the right, like, it won't show him, go down this path and you'll survive, basically.
Nope, it wouldn't do that.
Yeah, so it's just, again, like, how we visualize what will be in 10 years. It's kind of like that, but more focused, I want to say. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I get you. I do like the fact that you're not going the whole humans are all bad route you see with a lot of these, like, nature stories.
Exactly. The idea is that I'm really tired of those stories because it always depicts one side as, like, as the default good, and so I want to play with the idea of there's a lot of grays going on. The humans are doing the right thing because, you know, just like forest fires and things that happen, it's good because it reinvigorates the ground and creates, like, fertile ashes and things for people to, you know, new trees to take root and things like that. So that's kind of the idea. At the same time, this king character, he is the main antagonist. He is a villain, but I want to portray him as sort of like, I do things out of necessity, yet I will not apologize for the things I do. Like, for example, he's very like, you know, we'll cut you down, yada yada yada. And to the king, he's basically like, I see diplomacy has failed, leading to a line that basically goes,
Yeah. Now where's the damn part?
Oh, is it?
Mix, you know, he doesn't mix words, he doesn't waste time with it, he's very to the point. But at the same time, he's very...
Oh, my internet's just being shit right now, sorry.
Go ahead.
My internet speed's shit. My voice
Hello?
is going to be delayed.
Okay. He didn't go through, or it didn't go through. Oh. All right. I thought you had a question. I see. No worries. But not exactly manipulative. Again, the point is that he's kind of brutal and to the point, essentially. Like, he is very goal-orientated.
He just said hell.
Okay. Very brutal, very goal-orientated. He wants the best of the world, but doesn't care if people think he's the greatest king. Like, he doesn't view himself like that, and I do have a reason for why he has lost his limbs as they are. The idea is that he actually has, in the past, he was actually an ally to an elven shogun at one point. But, during this battle, his limbs got infected with this kind of rot. And instead of them doing like the modern medicines and things like that, they chose like spiritual verbal nonsense. And it
Yeah. Now where's the damn park?
A-okay with bashing it because
I think things might be better now.
to bash.
Oh yeah, you.
Yeah, my internet's just being so bad right now. Sorry.
I hear it. It's fine. But like I said, that's just kind of one of my earliest kind of. I'm still working on this. I'm still trying to get everything sorted. I do have a friend who's big on medieval stuff, so she's helping me with a lot of the human like centric cultures and things like that for the Japanese side of things. I'm just going to be doing as much as a lot of my own research as humanly possible.
Hostile armor across the hill.
Let me see. But yeah. Again, it's still a few things I need to work on and that sort of shit. There's also some other things I want to do Star Wars related, mostly based on my ranting from I think 2 nights ago with the whole Mandalorian problem. So there's that. Well, it's kind of like a slight redoing of the Mandalorian seasons 1 and 2 specifically, trying to make it less crap and trying to correct some of the problems, like this whole Beskar being the bestest at fucking armor ever created.
Yeah, it's like a DeviantArt OC.
Yeah, that it loses the stakes. Like one of the things I want to do is the idea of Din, just being a fucking bounty hunter. That's kind of his MO. The idea I want to do is that keep the idea of the covert, keep the idea of the Mandalorians he's working with and the clan he's a part of, but also kind of work with the idea of they have such limited resources that they can only use Beskar alloy and lay it into some segments of the armor, and even then this armor is not going to be enough to protect them. Like it's kind of like how we have modern day what's it called? Modern day Kevlar vests, and how we have to, especially with these vests, we have to slip in new armor and alloy to make, underneath it, so when it's been shot at, basically. It's kind of the same idea where the Beskar is only going to protect up to a certain amount before it becomes useless, especially against like superheated plasma. from like blasters and things like that. So for the most part, it's going to be Din doing his bounty hunting thing, engaging against what's it called? Doing his bounty hunter thing, collecting bounties, and then at the very end of the season, this is where Baby Yoda gets introduced, where the idea is just that Din, he gets a contract. What? Well, yeah, but the idea is that he gets the contract from the Empire after the towards the end of the season, where they specifically say, we have something that you have considerable interest in. If you are interested, we shall give you this if you take the job. Basically, it's the same thing as the first and second episodes, and it ends with Din shooting IG-11, doing the whole thing like before, and taking Baby Yoda. From there, that's when season 2 would begin. For the first 2 episodes, I would have it be where he is struggling to keep Baby Yoda safe because everyone's after him. And, maybe his armor's getting really banged up, maybe he breaks an arm or something. The idea is that he's reaching a point where this job is more dangerous than you expected. Then have them, he delivers it to the Empire, he gets it, and the armor does her thing, completely restores the Beskar alloy, and gives him the silver suit we see in the series proper. But he starts wondering if it was really worth it, leading to him rescuing the kid, him being hunted because the baby's so valuable, then have the season 2 ending just being, just like with season 1. Basically, Din is being tasked with returning the child to their people, revealing it to be a Jedi, thus season 3 would be the hunt for Luke Skywalker to return the child, and the series would probably end with Luke taking Baby Yoda and the Mandalorian, considering everything he's learned. That's it. That's where I would end the series at season 3.
And the entire series was Star Wars, or your fan thing?
No, just for this with the Mandalorian, if I was to redo it, basically, for this project.
Oh.
Yeah, for Book of Boba Fett, that's a lot more difficult, and that's mostly because I would have to try and cram in the entirety of Boba Fett's original, true canon, as I call it, story, basically. And that's an impossibility. I think the best thing to do would be, for the Book of Boba Fett, I would have to do something like, let me think. It would just have to be after what happens with Jabba and everything like that. The idea of him recovering from the Sarlacc, basically getting back into the limelight, basically reestablishing himself as one of the best bounty hunters in the system, bar none, because he's just, even at his advanced age, the man is still a threat to be dealt with, but is kind of lost for a purpose, essentially, and is reconsidering some of his choices. But again, that's just one of the what's the word? That's just on the simplistic side. The problem is that we already know Boba's story has already been told in the true canon. The whole thing about him, like I said, a lot of times is after he gets out of the Sarlacc, he has to deal with someone impersonating him, kill the impersonator. Basically, from there, he has issues with his wife, issues with his daughter. He buries the hatchet with Han Solo because their grandchildren are actually their grandchildren are becoming a thing, and so for the sake of that, they buried the hatchet. He becomes Mandalore. He leads his people to prosperity. All this has already been said and done. So there's really not much I could add to that story that wouldn't have already been told. Now, of course, since we're dealing...
Exactly, yeah. Oh, also, could I take the time to say that I'm getting a little bit tired. And like my mother said, I got classes in the morning. So I'm going to bounce off tonight, okay?
Sure. Oh, actually, before you do, there was something I wanted to show. A little doodle I worked on. Smart-wise, I think you and maybe some others would enjoy. Yeah, it was like spur of the moment sort of shit. Let me put this up real quick.
Please do show.
Yeah, I'll put it in. Yeah, I'll put it in the voice chat stuff. Because fuck it, why not? Just bear with me a second. If my Discord crashes, that's just because for whatever reason, whenever I upload like multiple images at once, the system just does not like it. So let me show on disk and I'll be right there.
Oh, Jordan. Jordan.
Yeah? What?
I think I really am considering just not doing Mewtwo and doing Surge at Tenric. I think Surge is really, right now, for me, she's one of those characters that changes when I view her. It's like, fucking, at one moment I can feel like, oh, she's so weird, she's not the girl for me, but then I'm just like, oh damn, I want to be that little puppy for her.
Honestly, I have a better time making female characters than femboys because I'm more into it, to be honest.
Yeah, so let's do Surge.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. Bear with me 1 second, system still a bit slow. Here we go. Alright. Hopefully this gets the images in order and doesn't like do it in a weird order like Discord tends to do. You know, when you put in like multiple things at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. I really fucking hate that. Okay, where's... Alright, and... Hold on. There we go. Ah, yeah, it did the weird thing.
Oh. Oh, hold up. That's cool.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the weird... put the images in the wrong order. It's supposed to be the bottom right one first, then the first one, then the second one.
Yeah. That makes sense. I can get that.
Yeah, but there you are. Little doodle I did because why the fuck not?
Yeah, I think you did a good job.
Thank you. Alright, I'll let you go ahead and get some sleep then.
Alright, thank you guys. I'll see you soon.
Thanks, bye. And then there were two. And now we play the waiting. No, I'm kidding. Yep. Let me see here. Maybe a quick game. Alright. Oh, right. Wanted to ask a question. I did mention that I wanted to change the commission I hired you for, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Where do you want me to submit the update for that idea?
In DMs.
Alright. I'll do that. Then it won't be much of a change, basically, outside the main, the character. It's gonna be tormenting search for this, but that's about it. Let's see here. Oh god, my neck. Ah, Christ. God, I hate getting old. Alright, let's see here. Yeah. Like, doodly doo. Okay. Let me see. Okay, odd question here. Again, a slightly odd, Sonic-related question. What one-shot villain would you want to see return to the series, if you could have any?
Mephiles.
Really?
Yeah, he's the best Sonic villain of all time.
Okay. So Mephiles would be one of the main ones. Alright, that's good. Anyone else, or just him?
I guess, I don't know any, the hard-boiled heavies.
Okay. For me...
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Metal Sonic.
Okay, good picks, good picks.
Feels good to be out of this.
For me, it would be a toss-up between those two as Metal Sonic, Mephiles and Infinite. Infinite more so that he can get like a proper end, not just he fucks off somewhere. More like he can actually get a sort of ending or sort of an opportunity to kind of like not really explore, but kind of like oh Christ, what's the word I'm looking for here? You know, so we can get like an idea of like what's with the Phantom movie, all that sort of shit, you know? Because I think it would be interesting to have Infinite return in sort of like a one-shot capacity where he can actually be considered like I want to say like a singular villain, you know, like just for one last hurrah, basically.
I think it's apparently canonically it says he was consumed by the Phantom Ruby's energy or whatever.
Right, but we don't actually, you know, see that. We just see him get yeeted off somewhere, and then he doesn't show up again. Like we don't get any idea or any sense of like, oh, what happened to Infinite? Like, is he actually part of the Ruby? You know, he just kind of, what's the word? He just disappears, you know. But like I said, it would be interesting to see that that last bit for him, if you know, just to get some closure. For Infinite, for Mephiles, one of the major things I think would work for Mephiles would probably be like show the idea that in the Sonic universe there's more out there. Like, you know, there's like very powerful beings. What's the word? That exists. Like, I don't want to say just dark and light Gaia as like god entities, but like other beings as well. Like the idea that Mephiles could be like an essence or a creature of time itself that's been fractured because of this. Like the idea that it didn't matter that he blew out the flame of disaster, he still can exist. But now he's permanently separated, and as a result, maybe he's become more dangerous. Like he no longer seeks, he can no longer return to Iblis, and as a result, now his goal is just purely to bring as much suffering and pain to the world as possible. You know, as kind of like this, you know, like he's now defined by his loss, if anything. Maybe even set up in Mephiles as kind of like the source of a lot of, I want to say, the weirder Sonic stuff, like the Phantom movie, the Time Eater, you know, entities like that.
Yeah. I hate how I don't like the Time Eater, or I don't like how its final boss theme sucks, to be honest.
Like I said,
it is like they couldn't make some generation style like theme. They have this just generic bullshit boss theme for it. It's so like annoying. And there's like barely any build up or anything. Like I just don't like that. And apparently it was supposed to be Mephiles or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see like the Time Eater is just like an essence of Mephiles. So maybe the idea could be that, again, if they're still playing with the Phantom movie, maybe the Phantom movie is like fragments of his power, and that's where the Time Eater kind of manifests from. It's like his fury, basically. Which could be, again, it could be an interesting idea, and to kind of lend credence to the whole, like, there are things in Sonic's world that are just, what's the word? That are kind of universal, almost, you know? Like, good, evil, that kind of thing. Especially with, like, the whole, the fucking moon is evil as well. Like, I feel like they're leading into the idea that there's just more entities out there, that the world is a lot darker, a lot more disturbing than we actually expect.
Yeah.
But they haven't, like, I feel like it's a combination of, oh Christ, I'm trying to think of the right word here. It's a combination of, interesting, you know, things like that, like the idea of here's the very peculiar beings, here's the more interesting aspects, that sort of stuff. And it would be interesting to see, like, the idea of, like, we got an idea of where the Chaos Emeralds came from, which, by the way, I don't want to believe that the Chaos Emeralds, like, Frontiers has it say that they're from another world completely, right? But there's also the Master Emerald on Earth, which is implied to be the thing that draws them to it. I kind of want to imagine that the Master Emerald is but one of, like, I think it was either the Archie comics or I think Sonic and Knuckles that kind of implied that there are more Master Emeralds out there. It isn't just the green one. But I want to imagine that because the, maybe at some point, like, the Chaos Emerald, the other Master Emerald, sorry, basically got, like, destroyed. Maybe something happened that resulted in them not being around any longer. And so there's only this one, and as a result, it kind of, like, calls upon other sources of power when they get close. Like, maybe every other world out there has Chaos Emeralds, but they're all kind of different. Like the idea that maybe some Chaos Emeralds are actually larger, maybe they have different cuts to them, that sort of thing. But they're not indestructible. They can be destroyed if enough time and pressure maybe is applied to them. Like a fracturing almost. But we never see that in the series because almost every time that happens, people kind of, they just drain the emeralds. They don't try to destroy them flat out. Like, what's the word? It's kind of like, again, with the Sonic Unleashed, we see the emeralds kind of get drained of their energy and fall to the ground. The same with Sonic Adventure. The Chaos Emeralds kind of fall apart, but they don't get, they get drained, but they aren't destroyed. They never have been, and I don't think it's possible to do so, at least in the series so far. So, again, it's one of those things where I feel like they could go in any direction and actually make this work, but it's kind of difficult to do so because there's just so many, what's the word? There's so many ways that this can be done poorly,
Yeah. And I feel like a lot of it is...
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is like, poorly done. It pisses me off.
Yes. Because it's annoying because they don't want to confirm what the Chaos Emeralds are, but they also don't want to have them as just the MacGuffins. They always have to put like some level of importance to them, but they're also treated like new, I mean, I think that's what Archie did well, was that they kind of set up the Chaos Emeralds at the time as just powerful gemstones that an individual could find all throughout the world, and there were just so many of them that they could be used interchangeably, maybe even destroyed if need be. But they, they never bothered to expand on that any further. They just said, it just never went anywhere. And it's kind of irritating as well, especially with the series, because are we supposed to assume that the same 7 Chaos Emeralds have been used over and over and over again, and everyone just so happens to be able to find them every time? It's kind of unrealistic given the size of the planet. Like, if we were to, like, take all 7 of the Chaos Emeralds, put them on a plane, and then have each of them dropped off at some random point on the globe, it would be impossible for anyone to find them within one lifetime, just by the sheer size of our planet and the sheer size of, these gemstones as well. It'd be impossible. So, like I said, I can't rightfully say, oh, this is realistic. I always assume that there's just Chaos Emeralds just appear. They can be created or they appear as a natural resource, and it just so happens that people collect 7, each of a different color. Basically, it's always been like they find the exact number that's required because it might be relating to quartz or element, that sort of thing. Hell, that would have been more interesting for Sonic Frontiers. The idea of like they could actually create Chaos Emeralds that are exactly like the ones we find. Like, this is where the Chaos Emeralds could be found and distributed if done correctly, but the technology is so antiquated that it's impossible to replicate it, and thus, you know, no one should try to do this again. Again, that's just, that's just my take on the whole thing. The same with a lot of Frontier stuff. I find the Ancients an interesting idea in principle, or in concept, I should say. But in execution, it kind of sets up the world in a very peculiar place. And I mean that in the sense of like, excuse me. And I mean that in the sense of like, for example, like I think the earliest that Sonic's history goes back is like both in Sonic Adventure 1 with the Ancient Echidna and Sonic Unleashed specifically when it talks about like the Gaia temples, and I believe there's one line that specifically says, oh god, what's it called? That specifically says the Gaia temples have been around since as long as the Earth has been around as well. So it's one of those things where it's like there's kind of like a set time frame. Like there's the time of the Ancients, there's the Echidnas, and then there's humanity/ancient Mobians with the Gaia temples. So there's kind of like a train of events there, but it's not clear per se, you know?
Sergeant, wake up.
Like I said, I think the closest I've been able to get to is just kind of like a timeline of events where there's prehistory where the Ancients came in. There's an extinction event by the moon that causes them to get wiped out. Chaos is the last survivor of the Ancients, though I think he's either the result of an artificial species that was tried to be made with him, like a kind of like a clone or something, or he's a descendant, like an individual of the species that, you know, like modern humanity versus the caveman, you know? So I think that's kind of an idea where he's like a quote-unquote modern ancient, so to speak. So then Chaos exists, and then Chaos maybe introduced the idea of the Master Emerald, or like helped Echidna society develop. Then the Echidnas try to take the Emerald to rule the world with it. Chaos gets pissed off, fights it back, gets sealed, and Tikal dies and gets sealed with him. Then there's a time period where everything kind of slows down. The Gaia temples are built with the specific intent of having the Chaos Emeralds used as kind of like to reinvigorate Light Gaia. Then, let's see what else. Oh god, what's the other thing? Then there's the modern age with the Chaos Emeralds, and that's where it ends.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that makes any sense, or if it's like there's too many leaps in logic, you know?
I guess it sort of does. I'm just not sure how to feel about the Chaos Emeralds not being like a part of the world, I guess.
Yeah, because they're so ingrained with everything that we've seen in the world of Sonic that it's too weird to imagine that they've not always been a part of the planet, you know? It's a very difficult thing to say, or I don't want to say it's like difficult, it's just peculiar. It's like, I don't know, building a car with no wheels, you know? And you're just kind of like, how is this a car? Cars have always had wheels. Why did you build it like this? Why is it weird? You know? That's one of the things. Again, I think this also kind of raises too many questions when it comes to Chaos as well. Because we see the Ancients in Sonic Frontiers. I could be misremembering this. Hold on, let me take a look. I'll need to pull an image of the Ancients up again. Get a good look at them. Here we go. Let's see. Ancients. Right, they don't have the Chaos Braid going on. What they have are those weird Cocos, which or inside their bodies. And that's another thing I never understood. Like, what the fuck is a Coco? What is this thing?
Yeah. It,
Like,
it just honestly, it just feels like a marketing scheme. Like have another Chow. You know, that's what I feel like.
yeah. The thing that bothers me about the Cocos is that Cocos, I think the game says they're like some sort of charm or, what's it called? They're like a charm or an object or an artifact, like something like that, like some sort of lucky charm they have. And somehow a Coco is able to possess, what's it called? Is able to possess the memories and instincts of a previous ancient, and thus they're able to simulate something.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. I think, and like you said, I think it really is just, it goes down to like a marketing scheme where they intended the Cocos to be,
You know,
like
Baby Yoda, where it's like a cute character that only exists there to be cute.
Yeah, exactly. Alternatively, it could be that Cocos were supposed to like be embodiments of a specific ancient's like personality or position or station in life. And like, you know, if you were a warrior, then a warrior like Coco would be created for you and merged into your body. If you were a scholar, like various things. I guess this was like their way of identifying each other. Maybe it was like a little stone computer, you want to say, like maybe a state ID or something. And gradually, once the ancients died out, the Cocos, my guess with the sentiency is that the Cocos retain the data from their previous like creators, basically, like kind of like a ghost in the machine, basically. And once that a certain point is reached in their programming, or like the recording reaches a certain point, the Coco stops working. You know, they quote unquote die, and we do see a few Cocos dying as a result. You know, like when I think it was when Sonic and Amy witnessed like the two Cocos reuniting and seeing that weird flashback, they stopped working. Or Knuckles leading the little army of Cocos, they also stopped working after the battle flashback happened, meaning that maybe they're running on old recording software. Like maybe it's kind of like the Coco recorded everything leading up to that moment, but because the land changed so much, they can't reach the exact moment where the recording ended, and you know, effectively they die once that data's been reached. That's my assumption when it comes to what a Coco is and everything. They also heavily implied that the ancients, what's the network that Eggman's caught in called? What's it called? Subspace, I think it was called.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, like they imply that it would be possible for the ancients to return, because this place is like a digital archive of everything they were, everything they would be, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So, theoretically speaking, and again, we know we can create a chaos. Again, Gerald created artificial chaoses. So, maybe it's entirely possible that they could return, the species could come back in an artificial state. If that's the case, that would be really freaking interesting for another Sonic game. The idea of a return of an extinct species brought back by... Maybe Eggman wants to just have the ancients around because, ooh, power and yada yada yada, or maybe it's from a genuine place of care or something like that, you know? Like, after witnessing everything he saw on the island, maybe he's like, you know what, I feel bad for them, and because I'm a scientist, I can't let Data die, so I will bring you back, but I have my own malevolent intention because I'm... Though... Do we think he's still going to be the bad guy moving forward after this game?
Yeah, honestly, I don't really expect. I feel like they're just gonna scrap everything they did and just. I don't know. It's just Sonic Team never has any consistency with their games, and I feel like they're just gonna like I don't know. They're still gonna do what they do with like Amy and Tails and Knuckles. They aren't gonna all go on their own way. Like said at the end of Frontiers, they still need them for marketing purposes. So, and what would the sorry, I'm just trying to focus on the game. What would the next game even be about, anyways? I'm pretty sure it was like confirmed that the train game or whatever, the April Fool's game was canon or something. So.
Well, assuming that's the other thing. Assuming that in timeline sort of things, this could be before Frontier, so it could be kind of like a Last Hurrah sort of thing for the old style. So that could be it. In terms of what could happen next, that will depend, because we know Sonic Frontiers did really well. It sold gangbusters, and people praised it for its story, the characters, everything. So, assuming if Sega sees this and like, holy shit, the fans really love this, they could basically make Sonic Team kind of stick with it. Maybe they'll bring Ian Flynn back to actually write the story this time instead of just adding small aspects. And if that's the case, then if he keep like, again, I know we have our gripes and issues with Ian, rightfully so. I mean, but we can't deny the quality of his work when it came to sections of Frontier. So, if anything,
yeah, I hate to admit it right now. I hate to admit that.
Here's this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Your partner. Is he okay?
Hate an individual for who they are, but never criticize the quality of their work.
Your friend is
never hate on the quality of their work.
Yeah.
I'm Irish.
I don't know.
So,
I don't know how to feel. Like, I just hope he doesn't start putting woke shit in fucking Sonic, considering his political beliefs. That's what I'm fucking worried about.
Hell no.
Agreed.
Once those types of people get into a company, they put all their friends in and they start like doing all that shit. You know.
This will like kill it. Yeah. Which is that's the case. IDW is going to go the way of Archie, which is going to be horrible.
Yeah. I mean, IDW on Transformers comics, like, it's all, like, all their other comics, they put all that political shit in, and it's not going well for them. The only reason it's not in Sonic comic is because, you know, those mandates, I guess.
Those supposed mandates, I don't believe fucking it. Because again, Ian breaks those mandates a lot when it comes to certain things. So I'm like, you're bullshitting us because you don't want to do certain things. The other thing as well is, like, he says, oh, it's a case-by-case situation. It's like, I don't believe that for a goddamn second. You piece of shit. No, I'm kidding. Speaking of Transformers woke, to be honest, I didn't mind Last Light. I liked it. It was a goofy little Transformer thing. It had its moments of just shock and awe I really liked. But I did admit, it's like, there's some woke that I was not for.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really done much research into it, I just heard it was bad. It's kinda, you know, it's just like, if you do this shit, it's not gonna affect your business, like I was talking about yesterday, whole Mr. Beast situation, like, a lot of parents are, like, pulling out and not letting their kids watch his videos anymore because he's, you know, making political statements about, you know, the trans community.
Of course he is.
Well, essentially what happened is his friend, Chris, came out as transgender, and apparently he's screwed over his wife and kids, and he's also he's acting like a possessed demon or something like that, and,
Who, the friend?
Yeah, his friend Chris is, who became trans out of nowhere, and the theory goes right now is that he's only supporting Chris because, and there's been leaks about this, because he wants to save face because Twitter has been trying to cancel him for the past, like, few weeks. That's kind of the current consensus about that. And it's kind of funny to see all those Twitter people suddenly start defending him when they were all criticizing him before. I found that funny.
Yeah.
But they
Exactly.
aren't actually showing support though. That's the thing, and that's why these projects always fail, because they support the message, but they don't support the product because the product is shit. You know.
Exactly.
And also. About Chris himself, apparently there's some shady shit going on with him, because apparently he has frickin' he has Shadman art apparently saved. Apparently that's what happened, and I'll give it like a few months before the grooming scandal comes out. and then it's like the video Sunny TV made is saying Chris will soon be a nightmare for Mr. Beast. A lot of people are saying, no, it's bullshit, it's not gonna happen, and even Mr. Beast on Twitter was like, oh no, he's not my nightmare, he's my friend. It's like, I just find it funny because it's probably gonna turn out true with time, because there's just a lot of red flags. I
get it. With Last Light, for me, the story wasn't super terrible. Like, again, there were obvious things like, what's it called? Some things like with,
yeah?
Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Some things like, oh god. There's a transformer that's transgender, in quotation. And I think her whole thing is that, oh god, I'm trying to think of the right word here.
I heard they were putting like those.
Lost Light, that was it. Lost Light.
Yeah.
Not Last Light.
I heard they were putting those like types of characters in the new shows and movies apparently.
Yeah, with her, it's more of a case of like they play it up as she changed modes and things like that to something more suitable, like literally transformed or transitioned to a new form, basically. So that sort of thing was kind of like, okay, whatever the fuck, I don't care. Like, they do have a lot of shipping things, a whole lot of like, they go into the idea of like what a transformer relationship is, and that the idea is that because these are fucking robots, the idea of like gay and straight and like, lesbian, like all these things aren't really there. The idea is that if it's a male pairing, they call it like junks condor or something like that. Basically, the idea is that they are they're compatible with one another, basically. Whereas if it's like for a female and female or something like that, it's a very similar sort of situation. Like they have different phrases for each of them, basically. That's the general idea. So it's not like shipping is rampant, it's more like they try to explain the differences between transformer relationships, like how they exist with one another, that kind of aspect. Other than that, like, it's not really cringy, it's kind of like what you expect with normal relationships, like, they do seek love, they do seek compatibility, like, but it's slightly played up as like a literal thing, compatibility kind of thing. Like try to insert rod A into slot B, basically. So there's that going on. What was it? I know for a fact that they brought back Cyclonus, and he's fucking a little car bot, which he's charming. I'll give him that. The little guy is like has self-esteem issues, but he can like shine when he can, basically. It's a cute little relationship, I won't deny. They also play out the idea that because Cyclonus is in this continuity, the idea is that he's from an ancient era of Transformers, like when they were like conquerors and things like that. He's finding it very difficult to adapt with the whole, what it meant to be a Decepticon trillions of years ago versus what it became now, and things of that nature, right? Let's see here. What other things did the comic do? It's also fucking brutal at times. Like, they do not shy away from robotic gore or, like, really fucked up things. I mean, the thing that people really enjoy and came out of that comic line was Tarn and DJD. Those guys my God, are some of the most like brutal folks I think I've ever seen, and that's saying something. Basically, this group is like they hunt down Decepticon. What are they called? Decepticon. Oh Christ! It's in the back of my mind. Deserters, individuals who either deviate from the Decepticon motto, or they try to what's the word? They try to usurp Megatron's ideals in any way, shape, or form. They're basically his fan club, basically. But they're really brutal at what they do. Like, they will find a Decepticon who deserts or whatever, and they'll go out of their way to, like, literally break them down. Like, pieces by piece, bit by bit. There's even one moment where they find a Decepticon who basically tries to start a cult, and they put his brain in his mouth with the intent of basically horrifying him even more. To the point where Tron basically says, "I'm impressed." Usually when they find out about that, their first instinct is to start chewing. And the implication that it's better to go out that way than suffer what they'll do, basically.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's some of the most brutal Decepticons you'll find, and the most ironic thing is that they get taken out by Megatron almost instantly, because in this continuity, Megatron has he's had a change of heart, basically. He's chosen to reform, because he's reached a point where it's like, I just can't keep doing this. It's one of the more interesting aspects of Megatron, basically, not being a hero, but kind of viewed as a sort of neutral, good / lawful neutral kind of character at this point. He's someone who is very what's the word? He's strong in his beliefs, but he isn't what's the word? He's strong in his beliefs, but he's reached a point where he realizes just how far the ideal that he created has just jumped off the deep end. The basic idea is he started this because he wanted his people to be, in this continuity, the idea is that your alt form would dictate what you would do for the rest of your life. So here he wanted them to have the ability to choose what they did. And basically he used to be a construction bot, but then he rigged himself to be a tank, and thus kind of led the whole way of, we shall, your form won't dictate who you are, you will be whatever you choose to be, basically. But you can imagine how that quickly devolves into, just fanaticism, loyalty, all this sort of shit. In the end, when he does deal with with them, they basically push him into becoming his old self. And he rips them apart while just not only downplaying their accomplishments, but flat out just saying how much he hates what they are and what they've done in his name specifically. Even Tarn himself, who wanted Megatron's approval desperately, is like, the last thing he hears from Megatron is just flat out how much he's disappointed and failed him at every possible end. Let me see if I can find the quote here. Bear with me a moment. I'm not gonna put it here, I'll just read it out. Bear with me a second. If I can fucking find it. Why is it that whenever you try to look for something, the text is either impossible to read or is so absurdly small, a low quality that you need a fucking magnifying glass for all this shit?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
I'm just gonna have to start fighting Google again about this shit. Because fuck my life, they never listen to me any other way. Unless I start trying to issue lawsuit after lawsuit. It's like, Google, fix your fucking scale shit here. I can actually read your fucking things here on image searches. Regardless, since I can't find the point is, it was brutal, it was over the top, and frankly, it was really fitting because this was a character who not only idolized Megatron, but basically just like it's like your hero basically telling you, "I hate you. Everything you've done is what I oppose. Fucking die," you know. Again, the comics aren't bad. They're a decent enough read, but there is a lot of like wokeisms and shit like that.
Yeah, I heard Megatank go on about how the Decepticons are apparently stand-in for right-wingers or something like that. So it's fucking cringe.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's more like they're like stand-ins for like oh god, what's a good way to put it? They're like the stand-ins for the whole like an oppressed class versus like a class who's been suppressed by the, you know, that kind of shit basically. There's a lot of like that stupid classism shit that's become so popular nowadays. And it's basically what this whole comic kind of boils down to a few times. Lost Light tries to like stay away from that as much as possible. And introduces some genuinely good characters. Like, as much as I hate the wokeisms, there are some characters that are legitimately, like, not bad for what they are and how they're portrayed. Like, everyone, for God's sakes, loves Whirl because he is such a... He's an attack helicopter that fucking is insane. Yet he's kind of like a doopy, kind of, like, silly insane, you know? Like, how do I put it? He's the kind of guy who tried to, like, solve a conversation by just shooting a gun in the air and not realize he has a rocket launcher in his hand until he pulls the trigger.
That sounds nice.
He's, like I said, he's one of those, he's a chaotic character, and there's a lot of his character that's worth kind of, like, liking and everything. Like, there's even a point where people are like, or he mentions it's like, you know, we're all talking about this side and that side, and no, or like team this, team that. No one's ever on team freaking Whirl. And when there's this huge moment where the final battle's happening, they're all doing like. Oh, by the way, I should also mention this. They find a way to replicate the matrix of leadership into like 5 different forms. The intent is to like stop some Unicron level chaos shit. And when he's doing his opening all or one moment, he just says, quote, Team Whirl. Just like that's his moment. It's like, yes, this is for me. But it's
pretty funny if that's the case.
Yeah. Again, he brings a level of like chaotic silliness that actually works for the setting. Like, he's a good foil to everyone. There's even like a whole moment where he and Cyclonus are having a conversation where basically an entire Decepticon army is like going to attack them, and he's having a conversation with Cyclonus while Cyclonus is trying to get their turret up and running. Okay? And so as this is happening, he's asking him questions like, you know, what's his whole situation with the little robot that he's hanging around with, and kind of insinuates like, I wouldn't be surprised if you two become a thing. Are you a thing already? You know, trying to lighten the mood while poking holes in Cyclonus' like demeanor. Cyclonus flat out just says like, I'll protect him however I choose. You know, the typical. They depict him as like a samurai basically. And right at the end, he fixes the gun and basically says, quote, okay, the cannon's working. And it's like, Whirl just asks, can I shoot bad guys now? And he says, fire away. Just completely just lets him have his fun, basically. It's, like I said, Whirl is a big standout of the comic because he's just so, you know, he's kind of quote-unquote lovable to an extent. There's also the scrappers, or salvagers, I think they call themselves. They're basically Decepticon renegades who aren't fighting for either side, they're just trying to fucking survive. And they're a party of idiots. I'm not kidding when I say that. They're basically just, what's the word? How do I put it? In any given battle situation, they shouldn't survive, yet somehow they manage to make it through by the skin of their teeth. They also find Grimlock and are trying to help him overcome some brain damage that fucking what's his face? Oh god, what's the name of the Cyclops? Shockwave did to him, which again is an interesting and kind of a realistic touch with the whole PTSD with soldiers and how difficult it is to kind of bring someone back from that dark place, essentially. Let me see here. So, you know, they got their thing going on. They also bring up the idea of kibble, you know, the Transformer term for robot bits or vehicle bits on robot bodies. Apparently, there's some Transformers apparently have a phobia of kibble to the point where they'll remove it from themselves and don't like seeing others transform in ult.
Really?
Yeah, it's apparently a thing. And they also reveal that some Transformers can actually be mutilated and their ult forms transformed into another ult form they don't have any control over. Like, for example, Beast Transformers actually get their bodies, some of them are actually a result of like someone grabbing a Transformer, locking them in an alternate mode, and then changing it to look like an animal, basically. And when that happens, basically the consciousness is locked behind the animalistic nature, and it's described as like a horrible experience because, you know, your sentience is there, but you can't communicate outside of like grunts, roars, and squeaks, basically. And it's implied to be like a very, very terrible fate for anyone who, like, if the alternate form isn't something they choose. It's an interesting concept, if you ask me. The idea
so
of
it's
that.
like the Beast Machine's Megatron when he becomes a dragon or whatever.
It's kind of like that. The only difference is that, like I said, you're completely aware that it's still you. Your consciousness is still inside your body, but you can't communicate. You can't do anything. You're basically watching the world from a new set of eyes that is not your own. It's, like I said, it's really fucked up, and it's one of the few things I think the comic does well as good as well. Like, for all the shit it gets, it does introduce a lot of interesting concepts. There's a lot of interesting robot gore, and, you know, a pretty mature story for what it is. Yes, it's woke as hell and obnoxious at times, but it's not like shoved in your face. You can kind of ignore it if possible, you know? Like, your mileage will vary based on how much tolerance for this kind of shit you've got, you know?
Yeah.
So, again, it's kind of why I can't say to people like, oh yeah, this should be something you read because it's a decent thing. It's like, it's okay, but it's, if you're not into this sort of shit, don't bother, you know?
Yeah, I get what you mean by that.
Again, it's a peculiar little piece, and it's one of those pieces of Transformer media that, if you ignore a lot of the aspects, you could actually like use it as a way to what's the word? Use it as a way to build on Transformer. You know, like do the little things like build on Transformer society and things like that, basically. You know?
Yeah.
Which again would work, and it's not a terrible idea to begin with. But again, mileage will vary, and that's saying a lot. But yeah, it's one of those things to go through. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, I also wanted to ask, or bring up something about your Sonic Extreme thing. You still have trouble with the bosses, right?
Yep.
Okay. Let me ask another question. How is it, for the final thing, like, you've shown me the bosses before, you smack them several times and they kind of despawn and then another one spawns in?
Yeah.
I think I might have a way for you to bullshit your way around that. At least for now. Let's hear me out on this. What if these bosses actually have let's call it like a teleportation gem or software.
That
basically.
was
So-
what I was thinking for the first boss. I could just excuse it as that, but
For everything else,
and-
it's not so easy.
yeah. And another thing I was thinking of is that each time you kill it, it spawns in a sequence that kind of shows it moving to a different position, and then it spawns in the actual thing.
So like a beam of energy moving from the previous one was destroyed into the next one, right?
Oh, no, I was thinking like like the boss will just move there and it puts on its overshield and then you can't hit it, but then it'll get out of it and it'll, you know.
Be vulnerable.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay. Again, there's a lot of ways to use lore to excuse technical shortcomings. It's not that difficult in a sense. It's just a matter of you getting, you know, avoiding the lore being bullshit, you know? Like, isn't the idea supposed to be that Eggman's creating a sort of like, oh, what's the word I'm looking for here? Eggman's creating a, oh god, what was it again? It's the death egg, right? Like, it's so big, it's going into other worlds and things like that.
It's not, in my words, the Death Egg MK2. The whole entire point of it is to a terraforming machine. To terraform the Earth into a wasteland so he can build over it so he doesn't have to destroy it normally, you know?
Right. So that could work. Let me give an idea for that. You could probably set this up as kind of Eggman's creating or using experimental technology. Like this is a time where, since he has an abundance of resources, he can now start creating what's it called? Start creating new machines, basically, or new technology. Since I can now waste the resources I normally wouldn't have for this with a bit more efficiency, you know? So maybe give the idea that some of the bosses have a sort of like teleportation technology that could be based around like the warp rings from Sonic, I think it's Sonic 2. You know what I'm talking about, the rings that would allow you to, oh god, what's the word? You know, when you're on the Death Egg, you land on that platform and then you can, a group of rings appear and you're carried along by that trail. That could be it. Like, the idea is that it's technology built around that same concept, only smaller and more practical.
I guess so.
Again, I know this is a bit of a bullshit, you know, sort of thing to do, but given this is a case where technological limitations is affecting your ability to work with it, you know? Let me see. So that's one of the earlier ideas. Let me think. Oh dear, where is it? Oh yes. So that's one of the earlier ideas I think you could probably do, or a workaround / explanation you could run with. The other one I think you could probably do would be, aside from that kind of technology, well actually no, that could probably work for it. What other bosses do you have exactly?
Planned?
Like no, describe the bosses you have created already. Like what do you have?
I have Showstopper, which is the first mini boss. There's the aerial commander. I forget his name, but he's the Magma Massacre flying SWAT bot. Then you have Eggman in the Sonic movie thing. And then you have the big ass gunship. And then you have the Orca, the giant Orca, and then you have the Egg Truck and the Eggmobile 2, and then you have the Egg Tank, which is based off the Sonic movie, and then you have the Queen Bee.
Quite the list there. Okay, so... Oh, no, go ahead.
Got a better idea?
Should I tell you the planned ones?
Sure, go ahead.
So, in Boom Beach Act 2, there's going to be a giant ass SWAT bot that you have to fight too. I think I forget. I forget, but it's supposed to be a big ass thing that you have to shoot at sweet points. I can't describe it well. And then for Blue Ocean Act 2, it's the shark bot from Sonic Boom, but except it's actually cool. For Red Sands, the Act 1 boss fight, I think, is a giant caterpillar that you fight on the tower that you end the act on. And for Act 2, it's the giant crab from Sonic Forces, except it's good. And for Metal Blade Act 1, you have to fight Police Brutality, the police SWAT bot. That's his actual name.
Police Brutality. I like that.
And then for Act 2, it's a race and a battle against Metal Sonic. And when he comes, he brings a frickin' Sonic CD sign. He spins it to future, and then the entire stage turns into a bad future. And you have to race him and fight him, and then it's Metal Sonic MK2, so it's the red Metal Sonic that looks like the movie concept everyone threw around. And for Death Egg Act 1, you had to fight the Molten Eye, which is a giant. It's the core of the Death Egg Act 1, where Death Egg Act 1 is a giant molten, like, it's an unfinished part, and it's all it's like a complete molten wasteland. You see parts and elements of the past stages inside of it, because it's the machine of it. And then Death Egg Act 2 is the more futuristic and less industrial and built up part, and the boss for that is the final boss, which I think it'll be it's the I think it was the Eggman from the Sonic OVA, I guess. And for the Supersonic boss, I kind of had an idea of it being the Titanic Monarch robot in a way, like the one from the Sonic 2 movie, but mixed with the Titanic Monarch robot, because I'm pissed off we never fought it.
Now he's on board the USS Valkyrie.
Your husband.
Alright, it's not a bad these aren't bad concepts, and for some of these, I can see where you can, what's it called? For some of these, I can see where you can easily kind of, put in the whole teleportation tech as a thing. Basically to kind of play up the idea that, like I said, this is new technology, and Eggman's basically utilizing as much as he can to really build up his new force in the air, basically, with, like, these technologies that he's never thought of or considered, basically. Let me see. I think one of the ways you can probably, let me see here. One of the ways I think you could probably get around with, like, having the enemy spawn again would more than likely have to be, like, explosion effects or things like that, to kind of imply that, you know, basically using effects to hide where the transition to another model or the model despawning would probably help.
Yeah.
At least that's, like, the best way I can imagine is, like, if you use clever tricks to basically have the enemy or the boss kind of appear and disappear at certain points.
You guys okay?
Other than, like, weird world fuckery, like the idea that, for example, I don't know, because of Eggman's, like, terraforming things, maybe some unique chaos-based elements are starting to appear. Thus, like, if you hit them or something like that, it could actually result in, like, weird anomaly things happening. Again, this is just me trying to kind of, like, kind of find ways to, like, work with your limitations that you're running into without it being, like, complete bullshit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, like, also what would be the best kind of, like, what would be the ways, oh god, I'm trying to think of the right word. What would be the best way for the character to kind of, like, or these bosses to basically, like, get around with these issues, you know, like how best to use the tech, how best to use these sorts of things without it being too obvious. Again, the best ways would be getting the, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Things like, for example, the character, like one of them being obviously the character, using the effects of the world, things like that, yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
That's just one of the like many things I can only like try to work with and things of that nature. Really, the problem is again how to translate this, and how to like work for more and things of that nature.
Join you.
Let me think.
We're not gonna last much longer without food or water.
Oh dear, I'm trying to think of the right word here.
How far to the goddamn airbase?
Let me see.
You sure you're okay?
Oh dear.
That's the last thing I would do, Hannah.
But like I said, it would probably help if we just tried to work with the play up the idea of the terraforming. Basically, showed like some weird anomalies are happening, energies being like off the fritz, things of that nature. Basically, that's the best way I think you can.
I'll probably do a mix of that and the sequences. That's what I think I'll do.
Mm-hmm.
Where Showstopper, I always intended to have teleporting abilities. I mean, there are some things I want to redesign about the bosses. Like for the egg tank, I want to have I want to have animations. Like for when the egg truck comes, I want it to actually show the Eggmobile coming outside of the the trailer like it does in the movie, or the egg tank actually being deconstructed into a small, egg drone. Those are kind of ideas I've had about it. But yeah.
Yeah. Try me.
I gotta redesign a lot of stuff because there's a lot of issues.
And their children.
Right.
And it's going to be a lot of work, so unfortunately I won't be getting the demo of the full game done yet. Which sucks, because, I spent like a freaking year on all of those freaking levels, and it's just like, I feel bad about it now. Yeah, I feel bad about it, because that was just all a waste of time.
Okay. Like I said, it'll depend on what's it called. On how it can work. Oh, actually, you could probably use cutscenes to kind of show a few things, like in-game sort of cutscenes, like between the transitional pieces and things like that. So, like the truck scene or the egg tank scene that you mentioned, I could see like damage the tank enough, or the truck, or whichever like the machine comes from, like enough, and that could trigger a cutscene where we actually see like the vehicle slowing down or sputtering out, or like basically shutting down. And then the next thing you know, like the back explodes, the vehicle suddenly like starts like things are moving, like pieces are coming off, and the next thing you see is like oh god, bear with me. The egg pod just kind of shooting out from the back and coming around,
Oh, yeah, there are some damage states, they're just not well telegraphed. Like the gunship, you can see parts of it coming off when you damage it more. For the Orca, like all the bosses, they all have different damage states, where if you hit them, parts of them come off and shit like that. And I get what you mean. Also, a lot of the enemies, I still have to make their damage, like their destroyed models, because each time you destroy them, they blow up into a bunch of gibs. And for Metal Sonic's campaign, when he invades the island, he's actually going to kill Moby, and they're going to explode into bits.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna do it. I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, that doesn't fit in Sonic." Like, I don't care. It's fucking funny. I find Moby and murder funny.
Well, exactly. It's a weird little bit of cringe, I guess.
Cringe?
Well, not cringe.
Cringe.
Not cringe. I didn't mean cringe. I mean, like, you know what I mean. It's sort of like silliness, really. I say cringe because someone showed me something funny. I was like, oh, that's cringe. Let me see here.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh crap! You know, I'm gonna turn on the fucking air conditioning because it's fucking hot. I don't care what my dad says.
Here's okay. For damage states and things like that, you got to make it clear as well, because if it's too small a detail, people won't pick up on it right away. I'd also recommend avoiding adding fuck me lights to your boss, because that's never a good game design.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the whole here's the obvious weak point, target the that kind of shit. Usually, the best thing to do is just kind of like what's the word? Target the best, hit the target and find a good weak point, That's the main thing I'd often be, is like, the damage should be clear enough that the player knows that they should continue to hit a target, but it shouldn't be so obvious that it makes the fight, like, trivial, So it should be like a combination of, clear damage states, but also not be so obnoxious, I would say. Let me think here. Oh yeah, another idea you could probably or possibly do that could help would be, what's the word? That could probably help with this sort of thing would likely be things like, showing like attack animations, things like, that sort of thing as well. It all really depends on how well you can depict the damage and things like that. As for Mobian, the whole Mobian death thing, I'd be careful with that and how you depict it,
Well, it's kind of like Doom or the Flood in Halo, where they just kind of give up, or like Half-Life is the best way to describe it. Because the SWAT bots do it.
I don't know if that's a good idea, because then that could come off as like gratuitously oh god, sorry. I'm trying to think of the right wording. Too gratuitous of like a thing to do.
Also, I do need to mention a lot of the enemies, for some reason their animation blueprints wouldn't let me add attack animations and stuff like that. So all they have is one idle animation they can use for some reason.
Yeah, floating around and doing nothing.
It's because it's like the Sonic Infinity engine's just really fucked for some reason. There's no documentation on how to add anything, so I have to figure it all myself. Like I hope if they release a new version, they better have documentation on that shit.
No, I get it.
My brother went there.
My suggestion for this, to be honest, would probably be do what Fallout 2 did with its introduction. Are you familiar with that at all?
Let me show you what you're dealing with. Russian.
Familiar with what?
Fallout 2's intro?
No.
They're everywhere.
In Fallout 2, this is, again, shortly after Fallout 1, and what you do with the Brotherhood of Steel. In 2, they introduce the Enclave, and the introduction is an Enclave group arrives at Vault, I think it's 23, and they override the Vault's control and get them to come out. And the people think, they're friendly folk who can help us. Prior to that, you actually see one of the Enclave working on some sort of weapon or equipment, but you don't see what it is until it's too late. As soon as the vault door opens and the people inside wave and say hello, you find out he actually was prepping a minigun, and we don't see them getting mowed down. We see the minigun shooting, and the flashes in the Enclave troopers' eyes as the bullets and everything are flying off. I think that would be a better kind of way to do this, because that way, again, your imagination plays with, actually, I have the gift here, let me put it there. It actually lets you paint, with, your brain basically fills in the gaps, and it's a lot worse than you would imagine. And personally, I think if you do it that way, it kind of sets an interesting tone of, this is a dark game, but we're not going to linger on how fucked up it can be, If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's just I personally, I just thought like because when you're playing as Metal Sonic, the entire idea is it's kind of like showing the prequel where how Eggman invades Extreme Island and the Mobians are there, they're defending, and I just thought I just was doing it because when
I
you
see.
kill the SWAT bots, they all give up. So I was like, I'd probably have to do the same for here, and it's because they're enemies. It's not because I'm trying to like.
Be edgy.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I just, honestly, I wasn't trying to be edgy. I thought it was funny.
No, it can be fun. It's like we share the same animation rigs. Fuck. Let me see here. A good way to kind of.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was thinking if the worst comes to worst, I can just make it a frickin' Easter egg code. You know how, like GoldenEye, if you press a code, it gives you bobbleheads.
We need to get through the gate on the other side.
Or, stuff like that.
I think a good way of kind of doing this as well could be, you could also try to do an incapacitation thing for, what's it called? Sort of thing for, Metal Sonic's fights and things like that. Like the idea that maybe Eggman still needs Mobius to power his machines and shit like that. So it could also work like that, like maybe Metal Sonic's programmed not to kill, but at the same time, if you want to make him like a serial killer, I can't really stop you with that either. So I think the best way to kind of go about this would be kind of either play up the gore or state ahead of time that, warning, this section is for mature audience only, please approach with caution. And I'm not saying that like give a content warning because, oh, my sensitivity. It's more like, this is going to be weird and jarring, so keep that in mind, folks, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole entire inspiration from it was the fact that in Shadow the Hedgehog they cut out the human blood, and I didn't like that. I don't know why I didn't like that, I just didn't.
No, I get it. Excuse me. Hold on. Sorry, someone sent me a message through YouTube. Let me see here.
What?
Oh no, sorry. I was just reading something here that what's it called? That someone sent me. I was just reading it. Okay, yeah, but that's kind of what I mean. Where especially when it comes down to the characters and things like that. The oh, for crying out loud, what's it called? Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Again, like I said, it could work in terms of like Metal Sonic doing his thing. I don't know how far you want to go with it with the gore aspects. If you want to go full ham, then hey, go full ham if you want. Just know there's going to be a lot of people who will look at this and just think you're being try-hard. But hey, that's your choice, man.
I'll think about it more.
I'm not saying a canonical like Metal Sonic campaign can't be fun. I'm just saying tone is a thing, and you have to be careful with it. It's kind of like how Sonic 4, the mobile game that was turned into a proper console game, kind of did it with Metal Sonic, where we got to control him and kind of like he's a powerhouse and speed character kind of thing. But obviously with a bit more like oomph to his abilities, you know?
Yeah.
That's my concept. Let me see here. I'm actually curious now. For Sonic Extreme, are there going to be any, like, quote-unquote original villains that you're going to introduce to this, or is it just going to be purely Eggman and Metal Sonic?
It's just Eggman. It's the sequel game I want to have the Alex as the villain, which is original.
Okay. That works. What about on the hero side? Are you just going to do, what's her name, Tina, was it?
Tiara Bubowski?
Yes, Bubowski. she's the quote-unquote only one that's going to be an original character for this?
Yeah. Well, yeah, pretty much. I think that is the case. She's just an island native that's kind of has to defend it. And it's going to be weird too, since for the third game in the trilogy, I do plan on having Sally being in it because the whole entire plot of that is that it's called Sonic Dimensions, and it takes place in an alternate, like, there's a dimensional rift where, there's a dimensional rift where, it's where Eggman actually succeeded in his plan in Extreme, and then that kind of shows you can pretty much travel between, in freaking Titanfall 2 where you can, press the switch and you travel through time. It's like that, but with dimensions, and you have the good dimension and the bad dimension, and then you have two versions of Sonic.
It's kind of like Rift Apart.
Yeah, so Sally is in the Freedom Fighters. It pretty much creates the SAT-AM universe.
Okay.
And then you have, it's kind of like a, I don't know. It kind of just shows that the SAT-AM Sonic and the Japanese Sonic, they're kind of like in two different sort of dimensions, but in my own unique way.
Actually, I thought of an idea for that. Here's this concept. What if, for, like, Eggman, like, you said that this is supposed to happen, this other dimension exists because Eggman succeeded in the first game, right?
Well, he doesn't succeed in the first game, it's just an alternate universe where he did succeed, and then... No,
that's what I mean,
And
like, that, it stems from that point.
Well, it's kind of like a thing of, oh yeah, this is kind of a... Pretty much he does something to create a dimensional rift, and then that kind of is the result of it,
Right. What I wanted to suggest was like this kind of idea where maybe Eggman prepares like this, let's call it like a like a sort of rift cannon or something like that, like where he intends to shoot it, and maybe in the cutscene Sonic basically rushes forward, he jumps into it, and the cannon goes off, but it malfunctions. And it shoots something at it. I think at that moment, that's where you could introduce the idea of the rift thing, where it doesn't affect Sonic whatsoever, it's just kind of like that. It just, poofs out of existence, nothing happens. And as a result, Eggman's kind of like frustrated, throwing a tantrum, he dislodges this cannon, and the boss fight begins as per normal. When you do the whole dimension thing, with the other one, you could actually maybe have Sally or one of the characters kind of explain that Eggman fired some sort of weapon at their Sonic, resulting in him just disappearing, and without anyone to challenge Eggman, he basically took over the world without any real issue, implying that where in one universe this device failed, in the other one it succeeded, explaining why there's a missing Sonic in this dimension, basically.
That wasn't my idea, though.
Okay, then never mind. Ignore what I said.
My idea is it's just a different universe where Sonic failed. He's still in that universe, but he's a more edgy version of Sonic.
Okay.
And when you swap between dimensions, you swap between Sonic, I guess. And it's kind of like Sonic Generations, but there's an actual story. And you're going through classic.
So the characters are linked.
Yeah. And you're going through classic, you're going through zones from other fan games and classic Sonic zones, and even future, I want to have zones from Adventure in a classic setting, kind of to show it's all connected, and to also have other zones from fan games kind of as a love letter to them,
I see. So I guess what I suggested could work more in the sense of like, it's one act from Eggman that causes two different dimensions to exist. Like again, the idea that he fires some sort of weapon and it doesn't work with quote unquote the main Sonic, but in the other one it actually worked and caused something major to occur.
Yeah.
Okay, that's there you go. See? It's like, maybe that could also explain like why there's a link between the two. Like maybe the idea could be that because this is such a quote-unquote like dimensionally unstable sort of thing that occurred, both characters wound up kind of like being bridged in an unclear sort of way. Like maybe you could play it up like the idea that when they go to sleep or something, one character sees the other reality as dreams while the other one doesn't, and so on and so forth. Like visions of a better world, visions of a darker world, yada yada yada, leading up to the events of the third game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be it's a good way to do some world continuity at that point and kind of expand the lore between the games. Let me see. Right, and the Cult of the Metallics is another thing. Would the Metallics return in the what's it called? Would the Metallics return in the
What, Sonic Dimensions?
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure yet. Honestly, it's kind of like the Sonic Armageddon sequels, where I have the second sequel all in my mind, but I don't know anything for the third that much other than the base details.
Okay. Well, here's a suggestion. Maybe for this one, the mention thing, the Metallics were created, but they kind of replaced the SWAT bots, essentially. Where now, or at least they're more elite machines that are only deployed to SWAT bots, fail to consistently, like kind of like commanders or something like that. And the implication being that Eggman uses these almost exclusively for high-risk operations or things in his area,
Yeah.
It's a good, again, more continuity welding. It could also bring the SWAT bots to bear when it comes to, the Metallics to be a bit more dangerous as kind of a thing, where maybe with the second game, they're their own culture, their own species, yada yada yada. Here, there's a lot more limited programming, kind of like the Shadow androids, so how those are just kind of like, they're emotionless, they don't say anything, they just stand there and look menacing for Eggman's purposes. And again, it could, I think that would be a good idea, and it could work really well for kind of suggesting the idea that Eggman's really built up his sort of empire, and is really using a lot of resources to his credit. Let me see.
All the way to the front.
The other thought I considered was maybe, I don't know, like maybe, or actually, are there any, like, cut concepts you would like to see, or like kind of like other machine types you've been thinking about for years?
A lot of the cut bandits from Extreme I'm gonna have alongside SWAT bots, I guess.
I see.
Well, a lot of my stuff is based off cut content, so it's hard to narrow down exactly what it is sometimes. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Let me see here. Okay, like I said, it's not a bad, like, these aren't bad concepts at all. It's actually pretty, it can work. Is just more of a case of you have, how to make it look, or how to make it kind of like all sync up correctly, Let me see.
You gotta get rid of that armor.
Let me see. Okay. I'm actually curious to see what kind of designs you would try to bring back or kind of work with.
A lot of the cut Sonic designs from Extreme, a lot of the Badnik models I kind of remodeled are based off the Extreme ones, so my goal is to get every single Badnik that was cut from Extreme in the game.
Bad concept, really. What about original creations? Like, how would there be any like machines or badniks that you would try to create yourself?
Yeah, well, the sharks. A lot of the SWAT
Mhm.
bot ranks are, the original ranks I made up.
Alright, not a bad idea. Let me see. Are there any kind of like vehicle badniks you thought about creating, or are you trying to keep it more in line with like what we
Yeah.
typically see?
I've made the gunship and stuff like that. I'm not exactly sure about all vehicles at the moment.
Okay.
Tombstone, right? Thanks for the
I suppose you could try to like incorporate some badniks into like a vehicle concept, like for example, what's the word? Oh dear. Oh Christ! Bear with me a moment. Bear with me a moment.
Tombstone. Major Greenland is
Some like, for example, moto bugs being used as tires for something, or slicers as kind of like turret things and things like that.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me suggest that. Let me see. Let me adjust that. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at something here. Someone's just asking me to help Ghostwrite for something else as well.
Hey, it's good to see you guys. You must have waited hell to get here.
There.
Oh man, I'm starving. Reed, you got anything to eat? Yeah, there's whatever art stuff I made for you. Thanks, man.
Alright. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at something here. Let me check this out.
No, I don't think so.
Alright, I'm actually gonna have to call it a night here. There's a few things I need to readjust, unfortunately.
Alright.
You're gonna be good for the rest of the night?
I'm probably going to go to sleep in 2 hours.
Alright, sorry I can't be on longer. Work is such a bitch and I have to wake up so early.
Yeah, it's alright, I understand.
Let's see here. Let me see.
What you have to do, just
Take care, kid.
No one's ate or slept for 3 days straight. Are you Tombstone?
We are, man.
Oh, shit.
We got half an hour for the
This
Russians
thing
to come
is
back. I want
completely
everyone to
different.
get
Hold
chow.
on. Bear with me a
I'm
moment.
sending hands to help distribute the MREs. Yes, meals ready to
There we
eat.
go.
Yes.
Alright, good night.
Okay, go.
See ya.
Bye.
You follow him.
I guess we found Greenland. Let's go, Wrecker.
Why are y'all still around?
Short version, ma'am, we are caught behind enemy lines.
We wish to get back to our ship.
If wishes were horses, you beggars would ride.
The USS Valkyrie, likely in the Red Sea by now.
Oh, fuck me. Did you fall off? Where's my coffee?
Ma'am, it is imperative that we find Transport West.
Russians rolled into our airfield 3 days ago. More ground forces are closing in. Our supply lines are cut off. We're outnumbered 12 to 1, so whatever your imperative is, it's unfortunately not mine. Put that down. This stuff's pure devastation.
How strong are the Russians in the air?
Untouchable. Mobile SAMs cover the shore below the dam. They're heavily defended.
SAM placements are under the dam, and we're here, on high ground. All our troops are on high ground, so is the airfield.
Any civilians left?
Total evac, Sergeant.
No civilians.
Copy. City is empty. What are you suggesting?
Didn't suggest anything, Major. A little disappointed you're not in a position to help us. But we'd be happy to move the rest of these explosives if you have any. And something with wheels.
I got wheels outside. Make damn sure you bring them back. There's a few working radios, too, if you want to keep in contact with each other. Don't call me. I don't want to know unless this insanity works. Then I owe you a ride west.
Thank you, Major.
Watch the explosives. Not sure this is a good idea.
I'm pretty certain it's the worst idea ever.
Let's do it then. It'll take a while to drive up there.
Wrecker, you look like shit, man. Grab some shut-eye. Rest up. I'll wake you when we're closing in on the dam.
I don't know if you're still here, Frank, but I can talk to you now.
Irish?
Sorry, I was talking to some friends, but yeah.
Who are they?
My wife and 3 kids.
Oh, another multiplayer
Oh,
map.
fucking hell.
Yeah, it's massive. Do you think we have enough explosives?
We do if we place them right.
Start here and place charges across the dam?
See that middle? Looks like a weak point. We put the primary charge there.
You have an engineering degree now?
I got an engineering degree like you got a medical degree.
I do have a medical degree. Okay, whatever. Are you sure about this?
We gut it from the inside.
Ready to do this?
Come on, Rec. Watch out. Incoming helo.
Careful. Let's recon the area.
Get ready to move up.
I don't care. Why is it not hit? Why? Hell, I just want to get this shit over with. I want my freaking weapon. Oh my god, it's fucking 1 AM. I just want my weapon. What? I don't want to do this again.
Watch out! Incoming helo.
Yes.
Russians all over the place. Hostile sniper on the left flank, Wrecker.
Weapon did nothing? I don't know, there's something wrong. It's not doing anything. Are the bushes literally like rocks or something? Thank you. This serious is... It's literally in point blank. Jesus.
Okay, clear. Should be right above the area for the primary charge.
Hey, Wrecker, we got an elevator here.
Yeah, dumbass, and they're over here.
I gotta hand it to you, Hannah. You know your shit. Close protection agents don't usually have this kind of field craft.
Don't have much choice, Irish.
Oh, come on, there's a lot more behind that than having your back against the wall. You holding out. It's okay, I know. Secret Squirrel and you still going strong.
Sorry. Old habits die hard.
I hear that.
I wasn't always attached to Jinja's security team. I volunteered and they transferred me in.
From where?
Nice try, Irish. Girl has to have some secrets. You wouldn't tell me everything there was about Tombstone.
True that.
Have no doubt. Chang's our enemy. We are on the same side. But after all this settles, we will triumph. I believe it.
I haven't...
China will need me.
What did he do wrong?
And that means I can't forget who I am or where I come from.
I hear you, Hannah. Shit.
The fuck? The power. They cut the power.
Fuck. Go, go, go.
We have to set the explosives.
Here? Okay. Watch the stick. Look, incoming, Hannah, come on. Look, over here, cover her.
Man, these things really are glorified SMGs. What's supposed to do here?
That's it. Corridor is clear.
Okay. First explosive is armed. Come on. Need to place the second charge.
Wrecker, you do it. We'll cover. Freeze!
Hostile! On the scaffold! Take us down, Wrecker! Scaffold. That's the only way out.
It can load. What? I thought... What?
Need stuff! Hope these scaffolds lead us off the dam.
Come on, move, move!
Shut up, I'm ahead of you. Fuck. Okay. Okay, what? What was I supposed to do here? Makes no fucking sense. Why don't I have it?
It's now or never, Wrecker! What the hell happened?
I only counted 2 explosions.
Damn it! Come on. Yes! Oh. That was close.
SWAT beat this day. You shouldn't even be alive right now. Wow, this has happened so many times now.
Oh, fuck, man. Devil dog loves to get wet, huh?
Had to drag Irish out of
Something
a
we'll never talk about again, Hannah.
Unbelievably lucky. Must be why they call you Irish.
I wish. Brecker, let's go.
Oh, can we finally beat the game now?
Time to leave this place. Is that Greenland?
I guess it is. She owes us a ride. Come on.
Just hope Jinsha's safe.
What is in, you dumbass? This time is taking forever.
You lost the wheels, didn't you? You goddamn boneheaded sons of a butt-haired bitch! Damn, I'd kill you myself if I actually thought it was possible. Good job, Wrecker. Russian anti-air is down. We got the sky bridge open again.
Oh, this is alright.
Major, what about our ride home?
I'm gonna hook you up. You said you needed transport west? You got about 2 minutes to get ready. TikTok fuckheads, get going.
What? Oh.
I think the USS Valkyrie is headed for the Suez Canal.
Don't worry, you're going to Suez. But if your ship's there, they'll need all the help they can get.
Fuck you talking about?
Watch your language with me, son. The Chinese have taken the northern part of the Suez Canal. We're taking it back. Your ship's gonna sail into a shit groove. Good luck.
Thank you, Major.
No. Thank you, bastards. Get him out of here.
If Chang has taken the canal, Jinsha is headed straight into his hands. We gotta get back to them.
Okay, but it drowned.
You okay? Irish. Is it because you drink scotch?
I haven't had a drink in 3 years, Hannah.
Did you go to Notre Dame?
And I got the name Irish because I have
Bon voyage!
Gatekeeper, this is Fortress. Say again. You're breaking up. Over.
Patrol north of Crimson Lake. Do not enter the canal. I say again, do not enter the canal.
Son of a bitch.
Sir, I can try Morse code. Should get through clear.
No time. The destroyers on our tail won't pause and wait for us.
Orders, sir?
You're gonna fire up radar, sonar, and every single scanner you got. I need to know what the fuck we are sailing into.
It's the worst goddamn 3 hours of my life. Not exactly the ride home I was looking for.
There's the Valkyrie.
Yeah. Sailing right into a death trap.
Hook up! Hook up!
You gonna be okay?
Raw Rabbit and MREs. Testing my steel. Son of a bitch!
Check! Static! Live!
If you're gonna throw up, aim for the enemies on the ground.
check! Equipment!
Boots on fucking ground, Wrecker. Boots on fucking ground.
Low drop! Stand by! Go! 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 Go!
I hate this shit!
Fortress, this is Tombstone 3. I say again, Fortress, this is Tombstone 3. How copy? Over.
Going for the Valkyrie.
Any station this
God
night.
damn,
This
such
is Fortress. Does anyone copy? We're being boarded. I say again, we're being boarded.
They're not gonna last long.
We can land on the deck. Aim for the deck.
You okay, Rex?
She's swarming with enemies. Clearing and push through. Cover when we can.
Sniper! On the walkway!
Oh, yeah. Charge food. Shit. Seriously, from the behind.
We clear it and push through.
There's no time!
Use cover when we can.
Grenade, look out!
Bro, building got shut down.
Come on!
Killed them already. Oh, did he just fall? Seems to mix all the factions, close for their,
Stay clear!
It's an awesome.
Shit! I hope Garrison wasn't in there.
Reminds me a lot of Black Ops 2. I don't know, it feels like they're trying to copy it anyway. Oh god, I have to do that again because the checkpoint system in this game is garbage. Fucking hell.
Watch out!
Shit! I hope Garrison wasn't in there.
It actually continues to reload me.
All right. Bitch still breathing.
Oh, I actually... Okay, now I don't want it. I actually hit it.
Hey, what's up?
Next clear. Garrison's inside somewhere.
Come on. I have section check. Where do we go in?
Yeah, because I want to sit on his face. Do I have to wait for newcomers to do it? Just... Why can't I...
Eyes open. Head left. I'll take go keep looking.
Fucking motherfucker! Jesus, Rick. I'm gonna shot you in the face again.
You made it back. Tombstone's still alive. Son of a bitch. We thought you were dead, buddy.
Yeah, man. Damn, after you guys left me,
Where's Jinche? Is he okay?
you're still around. It's cool. And yes, Jinjae's safe. I'll take you to him.
Sergeant Bukowski, what about the refugees?
Marines, you stay with them. I gotta get Tombstone to med bay.
On your lead, Sergeant.
Watch the corners.
Hey, Pac, what happened to Singapore? How'd you get out alive?
They had me fucked, I got unfucked. Let's leave it at that.
When'd you get such a potty mouth?
Literally crawling through 1,000 yards of shit with a hole in your stomach will do that.
Ain't getting any closer to hell than that, boy.
Well, I have to wait for you slow-ass motherfuckers to open this door, don't I? I'm gonna get your freaking gun.
You with me, Rek? Synchronized attack. Open the door.
I was gonna do a COD slow motion.
Go, go, go!
Oh. Welcome through the door.
Watch out!
You're gonna have to fear me, idiot.
Sir, we are on our way. Tombstone is en route.
Alright, make it fast.
No, my squad mates.
Better late than never, squad. Come on, we gotta get him out of here.
Easy, you have been unconscious for several days. You shouldn't even be speaking.
My voice is my weapon. If I am silent, I am nothing.
我让你失望了，对不起。
不慌，你永远是我的后盾。They come for me. Chang's me.
Look, take this. We need to get you out of
I
here.
have put down my guns, Captain. My brothers will not kill me.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. Your brothers think you're already dead. You're a target, like us. An assignment. Search and destroy.
Then they have to see me. Know that I still breathe. They will forget their mission and lay down their arms.
So, we let him in and see what happens?
Yes.
That was a joke. Irish, Wrecker, cover the door.
I am serious. If we fight, it is over. I will open the door myself.
I can't let you do that. And you listen to me. They'll kill you the second they get through. That door's the only thing keeping you alive.
With such an extreme trauma, he shouldn't even be up. I mean, this is the concussion talking.
In this room, I am invisible.
Oh, Jesus.
I am dead already. We all are. If I cannot show my face, if I cannot speak to my brothers without fear, then I have lost. I need to know where I stand. Open the door, Sergeant.
I'm trying to, it won't let me.
Easy!
喂，兄弟，你被骗了。如果你愿意听我会告诉你的事情
Don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
Yo, so why did you have that on? You want to tell me, Mr. Gas Mask Man?
点火了，把枪放下。Stand down。现在火了，我们要告诉其他人，现在火了。哎，这是野火，对，现在火了，还在地板上面。
Oh, let's go. We're allying
现
with
在火了，现在火了。Son of a bitch did it.
But what now? There's still a lot of Chinese soldiers out there.
They know it's him. They'll get the word.
是张的命令。我们在北面有个船，在桥旁边。
It's Chang. They have a warship north of us.
That son of a bitch, he's gonna bury the truth and everyone with it.
Can we strike it?
We got nothing left.
Not even C4?
No shortage of C4, but what the hell are we gonna do with that?
Give me a rib and all the goddamn C4 you got left.
You can't be serious, Irish.
We are. Absolutely, sir.
All right, Pack. Show him.
Ricker, Irish, come with me. Hannah, are you sure about this?
金钱，你身体健康吗？
Godspeed.
Listen up. I want a rib loaded with C4, hooked up and ready to go now. Hurry it up. We're on our way. That was amazing. Is he always like that?
On his good days.
You sure you're not married to him?
I'm married to what he stands for.
Hey, Hannah. Ever wish things could be different?
Sure, of course I do. Until they are, gotta keep fighting.
You all right with me, Hannah?
I want my freaking light machine gun.
You're not coming back?
You're staying alive. It's an order.
We'll live. You keep the Valkyrie afloat until we get back.
Hoorah!
Wow.
Another bad fucking idea. What the fuck is wrong with them, Hannah? Son of a
We're in their blind spot. Get ready.
Secure.
Irish. Don't worry. They're pretty secure.
Yeah, right.
They're made in Sweden.
Oh, that feels so much better.
Fortress, this is Tombstone 3. We're in position and ready to blow shit up. What's your status? Over.
We're almost done for, so send it to hell.
Hannah, hit the switch.
Red! Something's wrong! There's no connection! Wrecker!
Fuck, give it to me. We gotta go back down.
Okay, well, only one of us needs to go. Wrecker, do you have another one of those C4 charges? Good, give it to me.
You are not risking your life, Hannah. I'm Irish, remember? The lucky one. Give it to me, Wrecker.
Wrecker, I risk my life for my country every day. Give me the charge.
Your country needs
I want
you
his
alive,
rifle.
Hannah. You are
I
not
want his,
going down, period.
I want his LMG.
When the detonator goes green, you push that button, Wrecker.
I'm so sorry. I like you. I'm sorry.
It's set and ready to go. Come on, Wrecker, push the button.
The blast could kill him.
God damn it, Tombstone, blow that ship now.
We did what we had to do, Wrecker. His life was not in vain.
Fortress, this is Bloodhound. Tombstone's on board. We're bringing them back. All are accounted for. One of them is missing in action, sir. Nothing we can do. We have to pull out immediately. Shit. Understood. Now get my Marines back home.
I mean, it was really dumb, but at least I had some fun, and that's what matters. And I think a lot of the scenes were breathtaking.
I used to love going into the
Music's
mountains.
good.
Such peace, simplicity.
Yeah, I had an uncle. Uncle Jay. He showed me everything there was to know about going into the backcountry.
I thought you were a city boy.
Hell yeah, through and through. My uncle, he wasn't from the city. Carolina boy. Got out long ago.
Where's he now?
He's not with us.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, you know. Can you fucking do? Gotta keep moving forward, right? Make the most of the time you got.
We lose many people we love.
Too many too soon.
Sometimes I think it's better
got
just
the
to
light
avoid it all.
machine gun I used
Be
in
easier, you know?
GTA 5.
Nah, you can't say that. Keep it a loser, you can't regret it. No regrets. Come on, Hannah, say it. No regrets.
Do I have to wait for this shit?
No regrets.
Yeah, that's fucking it. Yeah, that's it. No fucking regrets.
No regrets. No fucking regrets.
There you go.
And skip. I want my freaking thing. Yeah, can I get my shit now? Give me. Fuck you. Swear to God. Go here. If I relaunch, will it give me it? Can I please get my thing now? Please. Say it's done, please. Bullshit. Bullshit. I did that. I did that. I did that. I literally just fucking. Are you? Just fucking bullshit, man. I literally did what it asked. Oh my god. Why? Why? I'm pissed off. Didn't work. Bullshit, I got many kills with it. Well, since it didn't want to fucking work, it's time